Nation Council, for the chapter officials, and for all the local leaders. We're thankful for the divisions, for the division directors, and for all the staff of the Navajo Nation. Father, bless them that they might continue to provide the services that is for the people. We're so thankful, Father, that we have the responsibility as health education, responsibility that we've been given by the people and our chapters, and not only our chapters, but the whole nation, for the concerns and the operation of the whole nation as far as the programs and government at national level and the local level. We're so thankful for the counties, the state, and the federal government, Father. Bless all the leadership at that level. Bless the leadership throughout the world. They might always provide the guidance that is needed. We're so thankful, Father, at this time that we have all that we can to overcome COVID that has been a real concern to us and has a lot of our people. By doing our part, by responsibilities that we have, by wearing our mask and keeping our distances has really helped. Let us continue to do so. We do so with our love for our people so that we can overcome it. We're so thankful, Father, for all that we have, for our children, for our parents, for our grandparents. Bless them that they might always have that spirit. Our veterans, the role that they have in ensuring that there's those that have other ideas, Father, for the welfare of the people. So thankful for
Yeah,
all
you have
that
to
we
go
have.
above 70.
So thankful for elections that have taken place. Bless all those that have voted, that we might continue to have our people involved in electing the leaders that they need, right? Guidance that is needed, and bless the leadership that participate, bear the responsibility that they might do so. We might all do so, ensuring that we provide ourselves as role models. That's most important, really being who we are. We're in there for the people. Bless us that we might always remember thee. Sometimes you wonder that we think we have the knowledge, we have the know-how on our own, but we need to remember thee, Father. We need to remember the spiritual side of our lives, more important than anything else, for working with the people is concerned. We are so thankful for all the blessings that thou bestows upon us, for the moisture that we've been getting. There's people that are suffering. The roads have been washed out and the culverts and all that. Even then, Father, we're so thankful for the blessings. We're so thankful for the blessings of those that help us in improving the roads for us, and bless them that they might continue. We're so thankful, Father, for all the many opportunities. Father, be with us now as we take care of our responsibilities. Bless all the programs and the visions that will be coming before us, so we might be able to provide each other guidance. So thankful for their commitment, responsibility that they have. Bless us that we might always provide the guidance that they need. Be with us throughout the day, Father. When the time comes that we might our homes in safety. Humbly pray in thy Son, Christ. Amen. Is that really easy?
Way to make it into. Lighten the mood. Celebration. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Your thoughts on that again, huh?
Oh yeah, I guess, but. You were kind of thinking of it.
Yeah.
But they pushed the wrong numbers in that point. Rock pointed in a different agency. There were two different tabs on the internet. And when they posted the correct numbers, it was to have you done it? Sure. You got that right there. Yeah, well, good.
Yeah, I'll get you some.
There you go.
More gone.
Where's Leonard here? Washington. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, where's he, there with?
Navajo.
So do we still have you on the line and share stuff?
That he was just north of 45.
Can I take one of these?
That's for tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
When you get coffee, Leonard usually has coffee.
Yeah. Do we bring Cheryl in?
She's staying over there. Ms. Nota, can you bring, extra, agenda copies into the budget and center, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Which council is this?
Okay, well, we've completed our invitation. Are there any announcements, committee members?
There was, I think, I don't know where Renee keeps her. Let me go look for the binder.
Fine with that. Okay, well, hearing no announcements, we'll recognize guests and visiting officials and start, sir, closest to the doorway and then come around. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Michael Sosin. I'm the admin assistant for, and I'm delegated to run the Navajo Airport. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Margaret Yardley with Telecommunication and Services. Here on behalf of Curly, and she'll be in on Zoom. We got evidence today, Carmen Walker, Craig Entertainment.
I'm Oliver Arnuso, from zoning, spent a couple of days. I'm the deputy director for general services.
Morning, Honorable Delegate Priscilla Fowler, Division Director of Human Resources. My district is in Short County, Bakashin, Kapana, District Chair with us.
Morning members, Ralph Abigail, mission officer with the Division of.
Anyone on the line who'd like to introduce themselves? Your opportunity.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Oh, yes. Good morning. My name is Pearl Lee. I'm the program manager with Navajo Nation Telecommunication Utilities.
Good morning. This is Thomas C. Tawiti with DPM.
Yeah, Dave Bennett, this is Julia Mitchell, Department of Dene Education.
Good morning. This is Leah Henderson with OLC.
Good morning. This is Ronald Curtis, Program Manager with ONLR Labor Relations.
Good morning. This is Denise Thomas, Department Manager for Office of Dene Youth.
Good morning, members of the committee. This is Matthew So with the Department of Dene Education.
Yad Aikman. This is Yvonne Key Billison with the Navajo Area IHS.
Good morning. This is Eileen Bass with Office of the Youth Administration.
Good morning. This is Virginia Nelson with the Office of the Youth Crown Point Agency.
Good morning. My name is Sheila Sosi. I'm with the Department of Education, the Scholarship Office.
Good morning, Levita Miestas with Office of Accountability and Compliance.
Good morning. This is Katrina Tabahu with Office of Dene Youth Administration.
Good morning. This is Michelle Morris with Department of Health. I'm on the line.
Hello, good morning. Austin Yazzie with Navajo OSHA. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Shar Kruger with Staff Development and Training. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is Garrett Sosi with the Department of Personnel Management.
Good morning. This is Andrea Holmes with the Navajo Nation Department of Retirement Services.
Morning, this is Judy Platero with Child Support Services.
This is Ron Duncan, Navajo Vital Records.
Is that everyone? Okay. We'll continue on with our agenda to number 4, rather, review and adopt the agenda. So, want me to read it or you go?
Do you want to, or I can?
If you got something to do, I can do it right now.
I was just gonna open some windows.
Okay, well, you open the windows, I'll practice reading. Back to school time, okay. Health, Education, Human Services Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, special meeting, August 4th, 9 a.m. Presiding Chair Daniel So, Vice Chair Carl Slater via telecommunications. We have committee members present either in person or via telecommunication. Meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognize guest members and officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals, July 11th and July 13th. Special and regular meetings respectively. 5, receiving reports. A, Division of Human Resources. B, Division of General Services. C, Department of Human Education. D, Veterans Administration. E, Social Services, Division of Social Services. F, Department of Health. And for each of those, we will address recommended unmet needs, conditions of appropriations, and legislative concerns. Recognize the presenter for each one of those items. 6, old business, none. 7, new business, none. 8, close the meeting, announcements and adjournment. And then next meeting, the next regular meeting will be conducted Wednesday, August 10th, 2022. We also have that Direct Service Tribal Advisory Group meeting happening next week, so we should talk about that. How's the sound for those of you who are on the line? Chris? Probably a no, right? Well, you're welcome to come join us in the Budget and Finance room. Definitely not at 25 yet. Okay. Committee members, is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
Motion.
Chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Walika. Second. Second from Delegate Begay. Are there any amendments, deletions? No, it was perfectly constructed. Okay. Hearing no discussion, go to a vote. Delegate Begay, how do you vote? Green. Green. Delegate Walika?
Green.
Delegate Charlene So? Chair Daniel So? Delegate Walona?
Ron votes green.
One more time for Chair Daniel So. One more time for Delegate Charlene So. Okay, we have a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. And the agenda is adopted. Move on to item 4, review and adopt the journals. We have July 13th special meeting, July 11th special meeting, July 13th regular meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Hear me. All right. What is the will of the committee? Would you like to adopt the journals?
I motion to adopt the journal.
Is there a second to adopt the journals?
Second.
Okay, committee members? Any discussion on the journals? Hearing none, Delegate Begay, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Wadika?
Green.
Delegate Lona? Okay. Chair Daniel So? Delegate Charlene So? Chair Daniel So? Delegate Charlene So? Okay, the journals are adopted, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not, or chair not voting. Okay. You guys can wait 3 seconds, I'm gonna try and plug all my stuff in so that they're talking. Okay. We're now at item 5A, Division of Human Resources, recommendation of unmet needs, conditions, appropriations, and legislative concerns, carryover to fiscal year 23. I'll ask, could you start with the carryover, and then, so we know what that may be, if you quantify that at all, and then we'll go to unmet needs. Sorry, did you get that, Shmuel? Yes. Okay, so, yeah, I think that's helpful, just so when we go into unmet needs, COAs, and legislative concerns, we might know how much funding could be available to devote to those purposes, so.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair, Chair Daniel, so Honorable Delegate, we did get a memorandum and an email from Ms. Benali indicating a written summary by each division, with the priorities being unmet needs, and then carry over and the updated, information. I did send that email out, the documentation dated July 29th, pursuant to the email email on July 29th, from the legislative advisor, Denali. And with what you just stated, Shian, I'll go over the, carryover that's requested. In number 2 of that memo, FY 22 amount to be carried over into FY 2023. We had our budget hearing. I did indicate that in my budget message. And therefore, we are requesting the general fund carryover in the amount of $253,389.63. Under business unit number 114001, DHR administration, was $52,079.15. Under business unit number 114009, Department of Personnel Management, at $201,310.28. We did attach this in our budget message dated July 27, 2022. Following that, we did request for an unmet need. The unmet need is under business unit 114004 for Office of Navajo Labor Relations, ONLR, in the amount of $262,664. Attached is the exhibit that was submitted back on July 2022, and we also attached the budget form 1 through 6 of the unmet need, which is in your packet. Following that, the final piece is an update of Exhibit 8. We said that we will present that to you today. Column 3 FY 2022 under the general fund budget amount has been corrected, and we are submitting that to you as I speak. So that's the budget summary. And I'm aware of some of the discussions that have occurred regarding vacancies in other areas, but per Vice Chair Slater, we did indicate our carryover, our unmet needs, and we present to you the updated budget summary for the general fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Fowler and, I have a copy of it. Well, I know this one, they didn't distribute the same, the only thing it's intended. Committee members. And we move forward to the work that we done. I was hoping to have many same issues, so foremost is the aspect of, I guess, number one, committee members. But the chair has pushed for issues that this committee has taken. It's put a target on each of the committee's back. It's shown in the vote. Council has rolled around where to locate Gallup Indian Medical Center since 2007. This committee chose Rehoboth. Nabi listened to the committee. We chose Rehoboth. Now, the administration wants a different location. Originally, that was a benefactor was donating the land. Now that benefactor wants $400,000 for 160 acres. And my understanding is that price is going up there hadn't been a full quorum of the Navajo Board of Education. This committee pushed for naming the full membership. And we go forward, and then again, it's authorized in 2011, 2019, we got that accomplished. We realized committee decided plan on the school board apportionment. That put a target on the committee's back. IHS funds vision of mental and behavioral health services. That contract required a clinical psychologist. Since Ben Shelley's presidency to this last year, the nation was out of compliance. Thank you to Dr. Jill Jin for assigning a clinical psychologist to head that program. This committee pushed for it. The nation was out of compliance for all those years. And we're just thankful that IHS never dropped the hammer on it. Otherwise, the nation would have had to pay back millions and millions of dollars. So, committee to visit Honorable Charlene, so hold your head up high. Honorable Cornell Colon, hold your head up high. Honorable Edison Winnica, Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Carl Slater, hold your head up high. Tri-party agreement that funds food, transportation, and supplies to the senior center committee pushing. Full outdated agreement. Got the state of New Mexico reimbursing the nation at current rates. Now we need state of Arizona, Department of Health to come to the table. Committee, thank you for your work. Not on the Navajo Nation national news, but this is what this committee has done. And we wanted to start off that meeting. I pulled over because I was with Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco. I've known Paulson Chaco since late 70s. We were chapter managers together. We were a group that first went to the state of New Mexico to get funding for power lines, water lines, senior centers, Head Start buildings. Am I joking around? The other issues I'm really concentrating on And they even had in the state legislature in 2019, all our congressional representatives saying, protect Chaco. And in numerous, what the Chile, also Chaco, at Chaco. So that's what we've done. We worked well with Chief of Staff, Paulson Chaco. Appreciate his service. And with that, colleagues, and I really feel like I have to start this meeting like that. Didn't back away from issues. We went forward to establish the work that this nation really sorely needed to address. The work is still not finished. We continue. With that, and committee members, I appreciate our work. We also got identified the project for construction of the Untitled Chapter. First HES meeting, that document came. Thank you. With that, and then out of for the folks in the room, I have to say that we aren't hurt. Resolve is there that we will continue this very important work. Health system, healthcare system, the education system, and with the human services system. So, with that, committee members, on the presentation that Dr. Fowler has brought forth, do you have any questions or comments? Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. I apologize for stepping out for a minute. Scheduled a meeting last week with we'd be starting at 10. Molly is keeping us on task, making sure we start at 9 and get through our whole schedule. Did the presentation go through both unmet needs and the carryover? The carryover is 253, right? Only unmet needs is it labor relations?
Yes, I did explain the carryover for Business Unit 114001, HR Administration, and Business Unit 114009, DPM, in the total amount of $253,389.63. And then we only have one unmet need for Office of Navajo Labor Relations in the amount of $262,664. We also presented to the committee the Exhibit A, the column 3 FY22 general fund budget amount that has been corrected, updated, and
I think,
Go ahead, follow up, Honorable Vice Chair.
last time I was talking about day of employee vacancies, chronic ones, and also say potential program growth. Using that then to inform how to construct or where to construct employee housing. Then we've spoken. I think that one of the issues is you're not in charge of employee housing, so that's not a program that's under your jurisdiction. When it comes to thinking through that whole puzzle, I guess in my mind, reflecting on it some more, I think that this might be a condition on to OPVP because it has to be an interagency. So, I don't know if I would like to do a legislative concern, tying the housing and the chronic staffing shortages together, but I would like your advice if we should ask for a report by the on what are the high chronic staffing shortages within the, I think, ones that I'm familiar with, of course, and within adult tech, cover supervisor. I don't know, we just haven't been able to recruit and retain. Part of that is pay. Part of it is that we still lived in the pandemic, so there was a lot of in-person service hesitant to re-engage. That's, I guess, one that I would like first, by the end of the first chronic staffing shortage. Would identify and second one, but staffing shortages. Oh, pay. That is for the carryover. That would be or carried over for the administration office. Was it 100? Can you say the number again, Dr. Fowler?
Under carryover, daycare administration was $52,079.15. Under the other one, the business department personnel management is $201,300.48. Carryover request, and we put that in our budget.
Do you have, Facebook? Put it on there.
You don't have to go under Facebook.
I have Facebook.
Don't put it under. That's the worst place to put it.
Honorable Leader, I would also like to add from that budget message per the Navajo Nation Council resolution. That was, CS-49-21. The general fund carryover for the Division of Human Resources and DPM specifically designated to modernize the hiring process for the Navajo Nation, including digitizing the application process. And then this will also include recruitment and additional training.
Well, I remember offering that one, and I'm happy to see that you've moved to a digital HR management software process that you're still implementing, right?
Yeah.
So committee members, all pat ourselves on the back. No, but I mean, that's good. We should recognize the progress that's made over the last year. I mean, what if we had, like, what is it, jobs at USA or USA.jobs or something, have that in a couple of years. So, I think with your carryover, the things that I'm kind of wrestling with is signing or trying to say that we would funding for salary or wage study, but also including not just, okay, what are comparable salaries for positions in similar environments, but, I keep bringing this up. I really think that there is competition between federal pay scale and Navajo Nation pay scale. And and that is not just say on DIA and the health system, but also for the schools. And within that study, I think there needs to be some sort of analysis. Kind of all in line. Every year. That comes out of the personal life savings fund. And we reduce the number of positions and maybe have anything technical. But the thing when I said wrestling between study and then over here coordinated out of the goal. Once we had those early retirement tryouts, and when everyone got that's one of those items will feel defeated by that because hiring and recruitment. If you have this super drawn out process. Okay.
Continue. Sorry for the interruption.
Super drawn out process the first time that you apply, I think it's likely to apply in the future. Yeah, that carries over to something. Okay, for colleagues, there's a, or do you have recommendations on? I think that this program should in terms of the unmet needs request. If we ask Dr. Fowler, unmet needs.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair.
I guess before we start that part, just understand that the council has not received any correspondence of monies available that would be categorized in unmet needs. I've asked Speaker Damon. We have a memo, an email, a text from OOC that says this dollar amount is available for unmet need requests, and that hasn't happened. So just understand that. See, and again, the aspect of carryover. This carryover, you want it to go into those same, the administration and personnel management. That's the way I understand the request. Okay. Okay, go ahead. Let me give you the floor, ma'am.
Yeah, I should say, thank you, honorable members. Just to let you all know, the Reason for the carryover is the project is in progress, and it will be completed in 2020. And we are doing multiple trainings, and I briefly mentioned of the salary portion, although it's not just our division, it's the overall Navajo Nation. And if you would like, I can do that first quarter report regarding salary information as well, just like you're requesting, an update on the geographical information of why, we're not filling a lot of these positions, how many applicants do we normally get? And when we hire these individuals, do they have housing? I can include, well, number one, that would be the first quarter of the housing portion, and we can put a recommendation. Two, what we can do is share some figures with you regarding the pay from the study that was, and then we can even share with you how many of our Navajo Nation employees are being paid under $13 per hour, and with which division and so forth. And understand that this is gonna cost money. And we can share all that information with you and what we can propose or recommend if we could even come up with our nation minimum wage, you know, what are we looking at? From the salary study that was done, how many do we have to bring back up to par and how much that's gonna cost? We can share those figures with you within the first quarter. It's doable, it can be done, and we can do that as number two. We are aware that none of the unmet needs or amounts are shared with you yet, so we do understand that. However, we are requesting for an unmet need. You know, we'll patiently wait if there's ever gonna be mention of this. And we also submitted this during our first budget hearing to our Office of the President and Vice President on the unmet need, and we have to provide the purpose as well. So, so we do understand that you have not gotten any notification of the budget for the budget, of the unmet needs, So that much I will share. I think it is doable for you to know some information regarding the pay study, the salary, and what we're recommending. We'd like to share with you where it can go and if there's really a need for another study. At this time, yeah, we can get another study done, but we didn't even implement anything that was done in 2018 yet. So again, and that was provided to you all, and I'm willing to provide that again. We have digital copies and so forth. So but we can provide that again. I remember sharing that with you all at one point in time, but it's not hard to again distribute and have a session just specifically on pay, because AR and your program division is ROD, AMS, CSC, that's on many issues. I see that. So we can work on that, and I can provide some of that information if you request during the first quarter as well. I think that will really help you have a better understanding of that. So on today, so we need to be creative and create some type of these hard to fill position, some type of on-site bonus to get them on board. And then the other thing is that creating this underfill policy and that's presented to the Office of the President, Vice President, and I can send that to you as well during first quarter. And these are the underfill policy. I guess sometime back it was implemented within the Navajo Nation, but it's really laid out to where an individual may not have a degree or may not have the experience, but giving them the experience within government and have them do more of the professional development while they're working. And then they decide, okay, it's time for me to go back to school. Dus daarvoor is het actioneel die ook dat krijgt die het aan dat don't get too comfortable, you know, go get your advance yourself and other opportunities. Oh, you go, go, on that share about your what's that? And then we have another one that will come in that says, well, I don't have the experience. Okay, here's what you can do. And there's a lot of education. That's what the underfill policy will do to bring in our people. But the part that I get stuck and I got to work with general services, the housing apartments, a lot of our people don't want to go back and live with their parents or grandparents or class.
Okay, thank you. Slater, do you have follow?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
For the how you identified I remember there was a salary study that was done in 2018 and from that study confirmed the wages that we were paying. Not super helpful. Because more on the bottom end of the pay scale. So on top of that, forming an policy that's fair. That's why when the salary study was conducted, how much did that cost?
I don't have the current amount, but I can.
Was it done in-house by these employees or?
No, they got a consultant, yeah. A message from this.
Okay, and then with respect to the underfilled policy, that is still under review in the president's office?
Yeah, and we should be getting that back within the next couple of weeks.
Okay. To me, that could be really huge. Higher wages, but implementation of the underfilled policy, will there need to be resources allocated?
We have a project, and then, if that's gonna take the cost, I think that's something that we would need as an unmet. That's something that we did not put together as an unmet need for underwater.
We get the $201,000 carryover within. Is
Mr. Chair and Vice Chair, I can, have our Department of Human Resource Director explain the project as which you can. Development for training and implementation of the HRMS system.
Oh, the new.
Yes, the new system is mainly used for. If there's additional question, I do have my Department of Personnel Manager, Human Resource Director on the.
It just includes the two agencies.
Yeah.
I would support that committee member. Kim can request the carryover that we take for the implementation of. And out of the administrative office. A salary study, I'm not sure.
Thank you, Vice Chair and committee members. The carryover request is very minimal, and I'm wondering if there are other divisions and departments under the oversight of this committee that have higher carryover funds. Could we then take some of their carryover to redirect it over here for the basis for filling positions, something that we could focus on? Your thoughts on that, Honorable Edison Wanika? The other thought, Honorable Vice Chair Leader, employee housing, I don't think we will ever make movement on that unless, committee members, unless we put a package together to go after the bonding monies. Adjacent chapters could be identified, places where employee housing could be built, where there would, and that way, right in here, Window Rock, Fort Defiance, St. Michael's, the pressure would be dissipated to the adjacent chapters, adjacent land areas, to where the rental income could be a payment back on the bonding. That's a thought. Otherwise, this issue, it goes on to be an issue for the next 30 years. Because there's, let's just face it, there's not a club C for this area, right, where we're window up. So that's how come that's where my thoughts are going. And it's, I guess, building off of what, Honorable Speaker did over with, what is it, Rock Springs chapter? They had some housing development. Build on that. And that way it'd be an easy commute for services for employees. So those are a thought that, something that we, I think, committee should pursue. Because, like I said, otherwise this is an unending issue. And if need be, we raise the bonding request higher because we have a different source of reimbursement rather than the other revenues that have previously been obligated. Committee members, those are some thoughts. We just have to put a package together.
Yeah, I think part of the investment policy, right, is investing in real estate investment. So that's what I'm trying to say, is you take some of the ordinary investments to reach because I think they'd be relatively safe. The reason she hasn't been able to complete it though is because employee housing under another program.
Yes.
And then of course the construction has to be done by a private entity.
Yes, and I guess if, I guess that would be where we would need some data to push this thought about employee housing to be a bonding, question. Good.
Oh, should take, employee housing, before I joined the nation, the places that I was employed with, Division of Human Resources, employee housing was a resource for employees, so it was under Human Resources, all the places that I worked. When I came to the nation, employee benefits, employee housing is under General Services. So I questioned at the time, why is this under this division, and it should be under this because we're a resource. And I'm open to providing data, information, how many employees we have. And part of that data, I'd like to include how many of our tribal employees commute from other areas to Window Rock, and how many of our Window Rock residents work in Shiprock. I know I have some that are Navajo Nation employees that commute from within the surrounding Window Rock area to work in Shiprock. And I even have an employee that does come from Tuba City to Window Rock. And we have, those are some of the data that is really needed. And in collaborating with Division of General Service, that's something that, they would need. Well, how many housing do we need? How many Navajo Nation employees do we need? With our unmet needs, and we really need some, an ONLR office out in Tuba City and Shiprock area. But how do we house them? Do we get from people that already live there? Will we get those people? So we can provide the data, but in the future, in the long run, if that was under Division of Human Resource, there are ways, there are funds out there that you can put together and request, you da grant, da loan, education, just to employ education personnel. And if that can be done, it's not it'll take some time, but that data information it can be provided to Division of General Service on how many housing units we're looking at, not just in Winter Rock, in Yuba City, Shiprock, Crown Point, and all these areas, even Delcon area, or Yukon and Sheba, that's the job now with the inflation of our gas prices, and coal is not enough anymore. That benefit, our benefits are also good, but how are we pushing our people to utilize those benefits programs? Again, I can't really do anything because the benefits program is also not under my division. We need to go back and look at long-term disability rather than only, because our Navajo Nation, we only have short-term. But again, that's not under my division, that's under Division of General Service. But we can assist with the data that is needed for housing. And then also I do attend some of I think I can attend a whole lot of the benefit programs needing what we need for our Navajo Nation employees, because speaking and advocating for our Navajo Nation employees. But we can provide the data, Mr. Chair, whichever program will be. And if we're part of that, if I'm giving the legislative concern, our division getting the legislative concern, and we have the collaborative division of general service, it could go under them, but we'll need to provide the data to them.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. So for today, are we gonna document these, and this question, Ms. Benali, then do we officially pass them tomorrow? With the budgets, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Also, legislative council.
Okay.
As an amendment.
Okay. I'm satisfied with that, if you want to move to
Thank you. Ms. Benali?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Just a thought about the survey, about the women that have to travel into the drums, and you could probably also consider, including the, national transportation, because they all the, area and Fort Defiance. Live out.
And yes, I think that's one issue the committee will really, and we could get speaker staff to help us have that included as part of the bonding question. I think is and to work with how to facilitate it to go into an item with the investment committee. Go forward with that, because it is we can't maintain the status quo. We have to make a big step right now. Committee members, what's presented, Ms. Benali, what has been presented with the unmet needs and requests and the carryover? Do we need a special vote on this to be included, or for tomorrow's legislation?
Thank you. What's presented and up for consideration today is documents like this. And tomorrow, when we address the legislation for the Department of State.
Okay, committee members, the other part is what Dr. Fowler has presented in the aspect of what could I say, a normal HR department would have fringe benefits within their administrative capabilities. What was the other one you mentioned?
Housing.
Employee housing. What are your thoughts about amending the plans of operation to accomplish what Dr. Fowler has pointed out to the committee? What are your thoughts? Honorable Halona.
Well, I agree with some of what you're talking about there, but the other thing I wanted to ask a question, I went out of the office for it, but I wanted to ask some of the stuff that you were bringing up. I don't know how you guys, with the Department of BCD, got all that equipment onto Navajo Nation, and we need people out there to help train those people. And we need permanent positions and upgrades of wages and stuff like that for the equipment operators, especially at the chapter house. Right now, I have an equipment operator in my chapter that doesn't know, one of my chapters that doesn't really, he's an operator, but he doesn't know exactly how to operate that equipment. So what kind of training programs can you guys set up? I know DCD was going to try to set something up, but I'm not sure if they'll work with you guys or not. Office? That was something you guys might be able to work on to try to get some training facilities going for the employees.
Thank you. Honorable Dr. Fowler.
Yeah, to change, I'm Jack, I need to leave. We do have our staff development department training center. And this, under our division, the staff development training center, they offer various training, not only for DHR, but for the overall division. And one of the things that we said that we need to work with other divisions, what are the needs of their training? One of the things that we can do, that Ms. Kruger can do, is get a licensed trainer that will provide the training on all these heavy equipment. Other business, staff development, and then it's a revenue generating program. Other project, division is but we're there to assist, and that's a trainer that we can bring on site. And what we're currently doing today is our Department of Personnel Management, collaboration with the staff development training department. We're getting a trainer that is training some of our personnel now to become investigators. We're getting quite a bit of sexual harassment cases. Rather than bringing an investigator outside, and we're going to do it ourselves internally. These people that investigate from the outside, we have a trainer that is training our own supervisors, some managers, this is how you investigate these types of cases. Not only sexual harassment, but we're also dealing with hostile environment, right? We create our findings, and we're doing this so we can save a lot of money, and it costs us money. And on the inside, to be that neutral person, and to really, because our policy does say if there's ever a complaint, the supervisor is the one that does the investigation. But what are we doing? Are we providing enough training to these supervisors, managers, directors? We're not. So today, yesterday, and tomorrow, we're training some of these personnel. But the thing that we're getting is we're not getting a whole lot of fights from the division. So we don't get anybody. So we probably have to make it down the road, make it a requirement that we have to have some of these from the division, at least two from the division that can do the investigation on their own. before it gets to the next level. Doing our best in resolving all matters at the lowest level possible is kind of where we're headed with this. But as far as your question, we can work with staff development and division of community development to do some on-site training. We're also doing that with, Navajo Department of Transportation doing the training with them. And even collaborate with them. What type of training are they doing that we can assist with as well? So there's many ways that we can, it's just a matter of us coming together. This is what we want to do for each training. OU online training that are happening, so we want to implement quite a bit of those. And that's also part of the HRMS training model, to where, how do we implement some of these training within the system? ADOP is part of it, but I can make contact with DC staff development to see what we're doing to help train some of these individuals that are working with heavy equipment. And are we getting, do they have to have a CDL? With the ETU, just CDL, if we collaborate with them, we can work with them under one of our programs in our division, Navajo Department of Workforce Development, agencies, so that we can have these individuals that can get their CDL license through ETU as well. So that's how we can work together. There's a lot of education that needs, but thank you.
Yes, thank you, and,
Well noted.
I'll follow up on that. I have an operator that was, assigned to one of our chapters, and the, chapter was asking him if he could come in and do some training. You know, to train the operator, that says that when the operator I had, was there for 20 years. And so he retired and, moved on, but, he's still in the community, but the operator we have now at that chapter is really green. He just doesn't know how to use the equipment, but that's what I'm looking at. Maybe he can come and jump on board with you guys in training.
Yeah, and we're open to that. If somebody's really expert in some of these trainings, we can make them trainers. And they train the trainer, they clear. So that's one thing that can be done. But, you know, you just have to give them the opportunity to be part of the program.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. On the committee members, anybody else? To know?
Thank you.
Honorable Dr. Fowler.
I did mention this, sometime back, and there's a good side and a not so good side. There's a positive and a negative. And because not a day is a good time. So I feel it may be a bit risky too, but it's one thing that we can say, this is what's being considered. Under Department of General Service, there's employee benefits. It'll be beneficial, because this is my reason. If the employee benefits program was under Division of Human Resources, I'll share one example. We have one employee that was terminated. And the termination piece goes from DPM to a program, to OOC, when an individual resigns, gets terminated, and so forth. And under our divisions, there's the retirement and all the as they go there, the individual's no longer employed. But the communication a lot of times does not happen between DPM and then the insurance company. So there are times when we keep these employees under employee benefits for additional 4 to 5 months, and we're still paying for it. That employee's no longer left like 3 months ago, a month ago, but we're still paying for the benefits. So the employee benefits program, the people there are doing great work, but it's just the lack of communication, and it's under in the office, but a lot of that information I don't get. Employment verification, anonymous, we want to know if this employee is under this benefit. And yes, they are, they do really good report in employee benefits, but when they're on Family Medical Leave Act, there's all these PAS that happens. We're not constantly sharing that communication with each other because the employee benefits under division. Budget employee housing, the employee housing, if it's under Division of Human Resource, it's immediate, we can take quick action on it. But if it's under another division, I go through all these steps to say, I need this housing because this employee is no longer here. We need it cleaned, it needs to get, vacated. But we have some, and then I'm not aware of the housing committee as well. And that, that's out of my area too. But it could be recommended to transition them over into Division of Human Resources. But there's got to be a plan of operation that needs to change. I believe the housing has a fund management plan, it needs to be updated. But my question was, why was it not under general, Division of Human Resources? And the response that I got was, it was because that another person just couldn't get along with this division director relocated. That's not a good enough answer for me. That's really not a good enough answer for me, so. But that's just, it could be, it's a good thing, but then it could be looked at a different way because everybody will perceive it differently. But of all the places I work as a human resource director, I've always oversaw the employee benefits and then also employee housing. That's why.
Thank you. Ms. Benali?
The collaboration between assigning employees up to that point. But then you're going into withdrawal and construction, any kind of consideration of regulation. Essentially, everything landlord. I don't know if that would be a good fit for personnel management. And then also the maintenance of the housing, they're gonna. And then also, any kind of contractual leasing. Also, you're gonna have to deal with all that becomes, their issue, whether it's there's and also dealing with the house. But I do see that the fit up to, really, that's just a thought,
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Benali.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to add one last item to that.
Oh, Dr. Tele? Go
With
ahead.
us implementing a new HRMS system, we have to have buy-in from other programs as well. OOC, employee benefits. So you'll just click of a button to approve and submit and everything. We're going to do away with PAS going back and forth. We're doing away with timesheets, signing in red. Those are some of the things, and the supervisors will have access to all the applicants rather than chapters waiting on packets coming to them. They can just do a click of a button, say, here, this is where's that. But that training's also going to happen once this implementation does happen. What they will have access to, what our delegates will have access to, and the reports that you can generate off of these systems. Some of them will be just read-only. So, the project is huge, and we're looking at, 2023. Thank you.
So, committee members, anybody else? Okay. In that case, if with hardship assistance, ARPA, it brings up the work of what used to be called the Census Office of Vital Statistics, Vital Record. And the connectivity from the agency offices, are they available to the central system here in Window? Immediate access in at the button. We have that capability right now. Because right now, they're stuck in a real smaller than, and I'm concerned about it, and I think at one of the other times, that issue was brought to us, and they were looking to rent space over at the Navajo Times building. What is the progress on that particular? And do we need to list it as a legislative concern? And again, there's vacancies within that particular office also, both at the agency as well as at central government. How can the committee be helpful?
Thank you, Chair and Honorable Delegates. I did provide a written summary back on July 27th. The enrollment database for Navajo Office on Vital Records, Progeny, the NIA, is not available to all agencies, but and we've been trying to advertise, we even did some pay adjustment, but we recently hired a network specialist, and we're also looking at another IT manager. And in conjunction with the Department of Information Technology under the Division of General Service, the security devices are being configured to allow access. So that configuration, it takes time for the agency areas to have access to it, so they can print the CIBs and so forth there at the agency site. And this will be, we're hoping that it happens, it gets tested within the month. The last conversation I had was in October. With all the testing that needs to happen within September, can we kick it off in October? And if you have your IT specialist, your network specialist, what else can I support you on? Additional AD, Mr. Duncan. That's all I need to get it running. I'll say, okay, you have the staff now. Let's get it tested and start running with it. Yes, I can't say we're short-staffed, but once that system's a go, it can do a whole lot of stuff, even though to where our enrollment could be more updated. And right now, we're dealing with a lot of the hardship assistant. Yeah, we have some that have duplicate CIB, but we also found out there's more claims that are happening because some of these individuals are claiming some of the deceased family that they cannot use that census number. So when the progeny happens and when it's implemented and tested, those are some of the things that we can work on. The part that I feel that we need help in is at these agency levels, we're at the BIA building. And when BIA closes these buildings, we as Navajo Nation don't have access to these offices. Off of the building area or relocate to a non-BIA building, we will have better access and our constituent will have better access. BIA just, so right there, I think we have a concern, and I feel that we do need some help with having a better understanding with BIA that we want to remain open. We have to abide by their federal guidelines. So that's a part that I feel that we need your help, and how can we have a better system with them. Here within the central agency, we are moving to the, by Navajo time. But again, the IT data system, we're getting a lot of help from IT by getting the system working over there on that end. And of course, when you're leasing a building or a space, you have to abide by their guidelines too. So all buildings have that need, so we have to go through additional clearance and additional clearance with those buildings. So we need some help with a lot of the BIA. So I do have Mr. Duncan that is on the call, but we are looking at implementing the new enrollment data to hire the staff that we need. Thank you.
Thank you. In that case, Mr. Duncan, do you have any additional statements you would like to add and place it before the committee? Mr. Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. This is Ron Duncan, the Program Manager for Navajo Vital Records, and thank you for the question. And I'm always glad to answer any questions that you have. And right now, I'm actually calling in from Crown Point, and Dr. Fowler had network specialist, and we're actually here on site in Crown Point with our agency office doing the assessment of the IT. Okay, we also planning on going out to Chinle tomorrow, and just bear in mind our network specialist just came on board about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, and so we're actually on the ground now and trying to size everything up. So there's some progress in that, and so I'm really blessed in that we do have a network person now. Okay, and in regard to the comment of or the discussion about the bureau buildings, still an issue. Okay, because we do have the influx of enrollment requests. Okay, due to hardship. However, our staff that are in federal buildings, they can't work overtime. They don't have access to the building during weekends and things like that. So the work that they have to do for enrollment, to fulfill enrollment requests, they have to do it between our regular business hours. And we have so much work. And so even though we have overtime funds available, they just won't have access to the building. Okay, so and as far as the our office space at the near the Navajo Times, we're working with the folks from DIT and also with Frontier in order to get that set up. But and again, going back to our network specialist, she's been helpful in coordinating a lot of that effort. And with that, that's my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Appreciate that, and I'm glad you're out there. I wish we would have known that you guys were being locked out. We would have come to the defense of the Office of Vital Records sooner. But be that as it may, we'll, committee members, how do we proceed? Do we make it a legislative concern? To where perhaps affiliate, whether it be NTU or Diné College, let's see, who else is out there? NECA, NTUA, and even there's the shopping centers. Division of Social Services is over there. Perhaps there might be space in those facilities at Crown Point. So about the other agencies. Committee members, if you want to add have of legislative council draft a legislative concern in that aspect. Chair is open to that thought.
maybe it'd be best to help.
Okay. We'll work on that, but appreciate the response. It is, very necessary. Of children that were born early this morning. Need CIDs. That's, an ongoing process. Of course, the other part, all right. Family assistance services. There was a joint effort between DOJ and Family Assistance Services to provide training so that Family Assistance Service personnel could basically hear in court cases. Because it is essential as child support payments are decided. Who's going to pay what amount, who's responsible. And I think that process, if we could get an update on that process, how it's going, and again, some data. How many cases is actually being handled? And whether that current process is helping intended children, or the, what's the right term? The parent, whether those funds are going to, the custodial parent. Mr. Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding the Family Assistance Program, Department of Child Support Services is under Division of. We do have personnel that attend training of how to handle a lot of these cases. So when it goes into the court, we think a lot of the courts ask the questions and so forth, but we don't train them like how to answer to the courts, and how many of these parent guidance are you providing or sharing information. The Department of Child Support Services, they're implementing a new system within the state of Arizona and New Mexico. How to report cases and all that. There's a new system that Ms. Patero, who is our program manager, is really putting her staff into making sure they get those trainings. And as far as data, she does provide data to us, how many cases that she receives and how many were paid out and so forth. And then the other part is the individuals that serve, the individual documentation of custodial parent and linigi. As a Department of Child Support personnel, we're kind of doing the legwork for the courts, but we cannot provide a lot of these trainings. This is what we want you to say to the courts. But we can share some data information on the process and steps. I know we're this month, it's a child, awareness month, the month of August. So Ms. Platero and her group, her agency area, we're doing the best that we can in how to protect the children of each of the agencies. I can say we have this many cases, but I'm not sure if I'm allowed to share the over-in-depth cases of each but we do get only numbers, how many cases in each agencies, how many payouts that we did each done in EOS. One of the things that we also deal with Department of Child Support in each of these agencies is talk a little bit about the space. Some of our child support center are in with shopping center areas, and we're paying rent. And these shopping center areas are telling us we're gonna need our space back. So we're trying to look for, one example is Crown Point. We had them in the shopping center area. Now we gotta look for additional space. We gotta move out by December. And we don't know where to put them, but another program that I have within Crown Point is Department of Workforce Development. The modular trailer, so some of the areas, the Shiprock area, they're also in the shopping center. I know that, and we've been paying up to date on those agreements. So quite a bit been these building space. So, but we're willing to share some numbers with you if it's a legislative concern. We're open to that as well. I do have Mr. Terrell on the line. I'm not sure if she would like to add anything to.
Thank you. Ms. Platero?
This is Judy Platero. She yards ice getting snooky ani bashes chin. I don't know kaida shechero tsuna juneda shanale ko yard ain't kidding dole. Thank you to Dr. Fowler for sharing some of the information. And Child Support Services, that's the name of our department. What Child Support Department has the authority is that we help establish paternity and child support obligation and also medical support. Those are the three items that we work with. Anything beyond that, like visitation or custody, we work through our tribunal, which is Office of Hearings and Appeals. So we do take our cases through Office of Hearings and Appeals. And how that works is that we have an attorney that we work with, as mentioned earlier, from Department of Justice. Cases but prepare. He presents the cases to the hearing officer. The hearing officer is the one that adjudicates the case, and we eventually end up with an administrative order to maybe establish child support and paternity, or to enforce child support. We also do modifications of support orders as well. Right now, at the present time, we have 7,493 cases that we have, and these are cases that are throughout the 5 agencies: Crown Point, Shiprock, Fort Defiance, Chinle, and Tuba City. Child support cases, the majority of our child support cases do have support orders. On an average, we have an obligated percentage, the ones that have support orders. We are in the 80th percentile as far as most of the offices here. Some are above, and we have one that's a little less, but we do that, and we are reaching out to the communities. Public outreach this month Child Support Awareness Month, and that's going to be publicized in the local media, the newspapers here shortly. We had a proclamation that was signed by the Office of the President, Vice President, and also from the Office of the Speaker. We sent the proclamation to them to do that. We do have staff that are again preparing cases for our Department of Justice to be presented to Office of Hearings and Appeals. So one of our goals within our Form 2 is to establish paternity, and then also likewise with establishing child support. We report these quarterly on the Form 2 that we submit, the Navajo Nation Budget Form 2, reporting del equal. That's what I'd like to add on. To Child Support Act and to law January 2021 and forthcoming will be the child support guidelines that needs to be amended as well.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Committee members, any other? I guess the main question, Ms. Gutero, of your agency staff, Attorney General during that call had offered training. How many of your staff have taken that opportunity?
I'm sorry, it broke up right here. Offering what again? I'm sorry.
DOJ had offered training to your staff, and I'm wondering how many people partook of that particular training. One, there was a question whether it required certification for your staff, such that they could actually be part of participating in some of these what ends up to be court cases.
Thank you for the question, Shanandai. Yes, Department of Justice is, we work with them on a daily basis, and they do offer trainings, and the trainings are offered to all our staff that we employ throughout the Navajo Nation here. So each one of them do work directly with Department of Justice and receive those training. And again, it's what they do is we help prepare the cases for the attorney with DOJ. So the attorney comes to each of the offices on a monthly basis and do case reviews. During the case reviews, there are each case that's going to be presented to the Office of Hearings and Appeals, be reviewed by the attorney. From there, if they have any questions or need additional information, those are obtained at that time. And then when the hearing comes up, and that is when the hearing, the Department of Justice attorney presents the cases to the Office of Hearings and Appeals with our child support staff there as witnesses. So they are prepped as witnesses for each case when they are presented to Office of Hearings and Appeals, and we work again, directly with DOJ. When there is an attorney from the opposing party, that's when the DOJ's attorneys does all of it again, and we just sit in as a witness if there is a question from the Office of Hearings and Appeals hearing officer. So all our staff have participated in these trainings. Thank you.
Okay, great. Committee members, anybody else? Dr. Fowler, any closing statement before we move on to the next item?
Che, ano siya opportunity, araw ka. Di na kay, so si ka na siya, sa zero pa, yes. Asine na ito sa araw, Adelia, hifnay. Araw ka ishipe na kaya, sa zero. On behalf of Division of Human Resources, I want to thank you for all the tasks, recommendation, and guidance you have provided myself as a learning experience for me. So, and with that, in closing, we are open to any of the next steps you may have. If you need some additional assistance as far as data, we can work with you on that. And we're aware that you have not received any amount of the unmet needs, but we hope you do support our unmet needs. The additional piece is looking forward to finishing out strong within our division and to continue utilizing our budget the best way we can within our division and our program. That much I have done not yet. So, she had in Chicago. So, thank you. You've been very respectful to me and my program and my division, and I all that you do, that you have done for us.
So, yeah, Dr. Fowler, Honorable Mel Palona, you have a question?
Thank you, yes, Dr. Fowler, I was just looking at your budget summary report, and you have down here on the total position of people. Is that for, people, and then is that for 2 to 3 and 2 for SIPRA?
That's within the Office of Labor Relations, correct?
Yeah, this one, I'm pretty sick. Yeah, Health and Labor Relations.
Okay, that, for two staff each, yeah, under Part 4, number of positions that will be under Tuba City will be 2 of them, and then under Shiprock will be 2. And where it says department vehicle, we're looking at issuing 1 vehicle to Tuba City area and then 1 for Shiprock.
So this number here, your allocation, director, the vehicles are included in that? We already have 2 vehicles.
Yes, it is included.
That is included?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Okay.
All right. Committee members, the way we've got it set up, the chair will look for a motion and accept it, to push these issues forward into legislation tomorrow. But at this point in time, the chair is open for a motion to process it into legislation, which is the request. Motion by Honorable, Albegay, second by Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Any more discussion? Question? Not, then, Ms. Benali, could you do the roll call for us?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Along with Lynn.
Delegate Sherwin Michelle, are you on the line? Delegate Sherwin Michelle, how do you vote? Delegate, Edison, how do you vote? Delegate Sherwin Michelle? On the line, Chair.
Is she muted? Sufficient, Honorable Charlene, so if you would text, Ms. Benali with your vote, the chair will accept that text as a vote. Any response?
Her name dropped.
Okay, all right, let's move forward then. Let the record show a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting, and 1 member losing connectivity. So, with Ayla, again, to all the staff, honoring the committee with your presence and to be available for the work. We're all in a time that's we've been tested heavily. Okay.
Honorable Delegate, so may I have a moment? This is Loya Henderson with OLC.
Okay, hang on. Let the record show that Ms. Charlene so text yes vote. Ms. Henderson. Hey, how are you?
Doing well, thank you. I just had a quick question. Unfortunately, Mr. Aveda is out sick, and so I will be covering the committee hearings and doing the amendments. And I just wanted to make sure I captured everything correctly for drafting these amendments for is it tomorrow that you are having this special meeting to adopt the legislation?
Yes.
Okay, tomorrow.
And they won't be amendments. They will be either, they will mostly be legislative concerns. And Ms. Benali will work closely with you once we adjourn the budget hearing this afternoon.
Okay. And so, so then I will work with Ms.
Yes, in previous budget hearing, the initial budget hearing, Mr. Chadwick Abeda had made a list, and I'm sure he'll work closely with you on that particular list that he's put together, as well as the new items from today's discussion.
Okay. And I'm just having a trouble hearing everything, and that's why I'm trying to clarify. I do have the list from Mr. Aveda with the legislative concerns he addressed. And so I just wanted to clarify too. So there's going to be no amendments for any carryover or unmet needs. Is that correct for any of the divisions?
there will be, the committee will support the carryover from FY 22 to 23, and the unmet needs will be a decision of the committee tomorrow. Because again, you know, how, the real question is if we don't have a dollar amount. This is, you know, like, what did they say, pie in the sky quest. And for me, that's hard for the committee to push forward.
Okay. I will, then,
It becomes a wish list, and I don't want any parts to be for the committee to push a wish list forward unless we have funding availability. Ms. Henderson.
thank you very much, Delegate. So, I will draft the amendment language for the carryover. And also, if we do need to make those changes tomorrow to unmet needs, I can do that pretty quickly. And as far as the legislative concerns, that is to be drafted in exhibit and included in Exhibit D. So I will have that language for, that language I think has already been provided, so we can get that exhibit updated with the legislative concerns for the departments that have been identified, and I'll just keep on listening on to make sure that I have all the legislative concerns that you would like to include in Exhibit D.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we voted. Thank you, Dr. Fowler. We'll move on to Department of Education. No, Division of General Services, I'm sorry. What, Ayla?
Okay, come on.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
What they call front and center.
You've eavesdropped on some of the other hearings.
Yeah, writing them down too.
Good morning, good afternoon, 11:23 in the morning. My name is Oliver Arvizo. As I mentioned, I'm the Deputy Director for General Services. We have 3 unmet needs that will be presented today. I do have the division, department managers and assistants that will be assisting me with the information or the questions that are posed to us. I'll just kind of go over real quick. First business unit we're going to be going over is 112006, that's Navajo Nation Communications and Utilities. The unmet needs of 125,000. The unmet need for NNTU to be utilized to upgrade two-way radio frequency networks and to purchase equipment for the Navajo Nation police districts. With that, we have Pearl Lee, who should be on the line, and then we also have Barb Yazi to help with that. The next one will be, after that following, will be Business Unit 112007, the Navajo Air Transportation Department. The unmet need of 270,000. The unmet need for NAT will be to utilize and complete inspections for the 2 aircrafts, the King Air and the C-90. The inspections would cover Phase 1 through Phase 5 inspections. With that, I have Michael associate here who will be coming up at the time. Next, we have, Business Unit 112010, Record Management, Department, unmet need of, $30,465. The unmet need for, R&D will be to utilize and provide mail services for both the United States Postal and Navajo Nation, interdepartmental, mail services. The, chair and vice chair, that is ours, and we'll begin with, NNTU, the 112, Business Unit 112006. I mentioned, going down the line, I'm on Form 1 right now.
Committee members, do you on, yeah. What tab is it?
I'm not sure, I have a tab on mine, I think.
It's not written on there. Mr. Nolly, should we have like a summary sheet? Do you have a summary sheet?
I do not have it here with me. Yes, I don't have my laptop, I didn't bring my laptop, it was kind of a last minute.
Do you remember what day?
I do not,
Yeah, what I see, we did. And my question is, what tab is it on?
so if you're, there's a Division of General Services is the main portion. The second part is, it would be the second tab.
Second tab?
It should be the second tab, or as far as, for unmet.
So, general services. Found it?
I mean, there, unmet needs or carryover requests?
Yeah.
What does that form look like?
Well, the tab, or as far as the page, like, and then right after following that would be the budget.
No, but the purpose of this is to cover carryover and unmet needs, not to go to the question.
Those are all different.
So where is that in this tab?
Could we get some separate sheet?
I don't see anything from your program.
And if you could furnish it, legislative staff could get it Xerox for the committee. Because we're all.
These are all just the program.
Yeah.
Yeah. That particular page, you could furnish it to legislators.
The one I was reading off earlier was Exhibit E. On the first portion. What pages do you guys have?
I don't have your book, I don't think. This is not the right book, right? Committee members, let me, and all the folks on the line, the committee will go into a 15-minute recess. And let's, really, at this time, 15-minute recess.
Executive branch.
Okay.
It's under executive branch.
Yeah. But within that within that binder, which tab?
Okay, can I just mention the jail part, something like unmet needs and proprietary. That's how I understand it.
Well, I guess the main thing is you have a summary sheet.
Summary sheet is on the front.
Yes,
These are the executive, this is what you need to go with. And the budget sheet to go with.
Yeah, the budget sheet. Yeah. Yeah, we're on recess right now, so, if need be, pull those pages and let's let legislative staff get the Xerox copy. And then from there, then the committee will have the document. So, Okay, we've got quorum. That's, Honorable Wanika, Honorable Slater, Honorable Begay, Honorable Halona, and the chair are present in the BNF conference room. We've got quorum, and then, of course, Honorable Charlene So is on the call. So we will reconvene. Mr. Arvizo, continue with the presentation.
All right. Thank you, Chair. So, my apologies up front for the confusion as far as, stuff. Moving back to Navajo Nation Telecommunications Utilities, I have on the line, Pearl Lee, who will be addressing the unmet need. Pearl, are you there? And, yep.
Yes, good morning. I'm here.
Thanks, Pearl. If you can go ahead and explain in detail the unmet needs for telecommunications utilities.
Oh, okay, all right. Good morning, Chair and members of the HESI Committee. My name is Pearl Lee. I'm the Program Manager with Navajo Nation Telecommunications Utilities. We're requesting an additional $125,000 to purchase mobile and portable radios along with base stations for our 7 police districts. They are our biggest customers for the two-way radio communication services. So are requesting a little over $20,000 for.
This meeting is being recorded.
We're requesting over $20,000 for operating supplies to repair the two-way radio equipment. As you may recall, last year during the fiscal year 2022 budget hearing, oversight hearing for budget and finance, there was a lot of discussion on fixed costs. So normally, or in prior years, the funding for new equipment and the supplies to repair the equipment was covered under our fixed cost funding. But as a result of last year's deliberation, our supplies budget for $200,000 was cut. So right now we don't have any funds to pay for procurement of any new radios or parts, supplies to repair them. So that's what this request is about. Thank you.
Okay. Committee members, any questions for Ms. Pearl Lee? Otherwise, we could go through the whole presentation, and then at that back end, we could do the question. Back to you, Mr. Arvizo.
Okay, and just to clarify, so move on to the next one, or? Ask the question, Chair.
Honorable Vice Chair Slater, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm in the NNTU tab that I see that is number 5, and don't see the need to request or carry over request.
Have to be fixed. They're in there. They're just in the wrong place. We have to change them out. Edison has the right one right there.
Honorable, yes, thank you.
Edison has the right one.
So this is a different new binder?
No, it's the same binder. It was just in the wrong place. It was just in the wrong place.
They were not.
So can I ask a question on that, Chair?
Honorable Vice Chair Slater, you have the floor.
My question is, was any of this included in E911 program that's on 8622?
Pearl, can you answer that, please?
I'm sorry, I repeat the question. I didn't hear that. Something but is it included in E911 on page? Can you repeat the question, please?
622 that passed, that had the 35 million, I think, for rural addressing and E911.
I'm not privy to that request, so I couldn't speak to that.
Follow up, Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Is there any estimated carryover from the division or from this program in particular right now?
This is Pearl again. As far as any carryovers from our department or this business unit 112006, no, we expect to fully expend our monies for this fiscal year.
Proprietary, or this is a regular general fund?
Yes, that's correct. This is a regular general fund account.
Okay.
One more.
Honorable Vice Chair Slater, go ahead.
I just see 125,000. Is that like 25,000 per agency or district, or is there a little bit more detail you can provide right now?
Yes, on page 3, Form 4, it does break it out between non-cap assets, 103,800, where we're going to procure 20 mobile radios. They cost about $2,000 each. We're going to purchase 37 portable radios at $1,400 each, for a total of $51,800. 2 base stations at $1,000 for a total of $12,000. And then the operating supplies, $17,600 for the general office operating supplies, and that's like antennas, parts, tools and bolts, things like that.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Pearl Lee. I see where Honorable Vice Chair Slater was headed with this. In the ARPA, there's funding for E911. Can some of those funds from ARPA be used in this particular unmet needs request?
Thank you, Chair. As I stated earlier, I'm not privy to what that includes. Was that a request from DGS?
It's what the council adopted.
Oh, okay. I'm not aware that it is. Chair.
I guess for us, that particular part, we need Ms. Lee to review ARPA E911. Ms. Benali, the council resolution, CJN Dash 21. Yes.
It would be her full name, all lowercase, no leaks.
And I guess in that part, Mr. Arvizo, Ms. Lee, that question would dangle out there until tomorrow to give you time to research it and to give us a response. Ms. Henderson, it may end up to be a legislative concern, or it could end up being pushed, that request being pushed to the ARPA funds. Committee, your thoughts on that?
I missed the first part of it.
Honorable Slater.
Yeah, I think program can, maybe coordinate.
Yes.
And not included in there if it works in that budget. Then I'll get the answer about
Yeah, yes.
and then if not, then that's just talking about 1200.
Yeah, yeah, that's it. Thank you, committee members. By consensus, we'll take Honorable Slater's path and recommendation to Mr. Arvizo.
Okay.
Okay, on to the next one.
So that one is good. I can move on to, air transportation?
Yes.
Okay. All right, moving on to, Navajo Air Transportation Department, we have, business unit, that's 112007. Exhibit E, the breakdown of the unmet needs. I have Marcus Yazzie here that, he's running the show down at the airport, so we'll be here to answer those questions.
Mr. Marcus Yazzie.
Yeah.
Who?
Michael Cook.
One more time so it can be heard. Michael?
I'm the delegated person that's been running Navajo Air Transportation. My name is Michael Sosi. Собачно, Virginia Bashashino, Kia, Technician Yards, Nele Hanalahi.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, keep going.
We were presenting unmet needs for Navajo Air Transportation in the amount of $270,000 in order to bring the overhauled planes back into compliance with the FAA standards. And to do this, we're going to need to do phase 1 through 5 inspections on both of them. Those phase inspections include phase 1 has the the nose, the cockpit, and the carrier inspections. Phase 2, landing gear and appendages, and phase 3 is the tail and the cone inspection. Phase 4 is the inspection, and phase 5 is the inspection of the air. So in order to get the C-90 and the 200 back in the air, we, after their overhaul complete, go through a phase 1 through 5 inspection and have it operational for the Navajo tribe to start using again.
Okay, let's back up a little bit. You have 2 planes, right?
Yes, sir.
And the one of them is the one, or is both of them going to be
Both
going
of them
up?
are, I'll start from the beginning. The planes were, timed out back in 2017. That was the last time that they flew. I was there. I took over back, started a, program back in July of, last year. In that time, we, completed the overhauls on, the C-90, the engine overhaul. But we need to pull the engines back on there. But in order to get the engines installed back on there, we're waiting on an STC, that allows, for the, Dallas Air Automotive, who did the overhauls, all back onto the engine, onto the plane. The next one that we're gonna be doing, hopefully within the next couple of months, is overhauls on the 200, King Air 200 plane.
That's a smaller plane.
No, that's the bigger plane.
The bigger plane, oh, the 200?
Yes,
Okay.
the 200 is the bigger plane, and the C-90 is the smaller of the plane. So the 200, is gonna get its engine overhauls, but after those overhauls are complete, base inspections are needed, in order to comply with, FAA, airworthiness. And then we can start, putting them back into service.
At the present time, are you having to charter private flights?
No, sir. We've been, the departments have been, doing that on themselves and carrying out those, operations within their own department, scheduling flights. And, but, that was one thing that, we were working on with DGS, to have, chartering services, up and running. We were talking to a company out of, California, that's capable of handling those large tasks. They have a 350 King Air, they have a 200 King Air, and they're able to charter within San Francisco all the way to Dallas and Los Angeles and the Navajo Nation. That would be something that we'll have in the works.
Committee members, Honorable Helona.
I just had a question on you're saying that, all the flights and stuff that you were doing before, the departments are all doing those on their own?
As far as I was told, they were scheduling their own flights, since Navajo Air Transportation was not taking any flights, managing any flights.
Yeah.
So, if they needed to fly, they were scheduling those on their own.
So then all the money that they're using to fly, is that what they're putting in their own budget? Do you know that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
All the money that they're using to fly, are they putting it all in their own budget as they go along? Is it included in there?
I'm not sure, sir.
Yeah. Funding that they're using right now, so what, extra money that they're using?
His response is, let's say the OPEP has their own budget and they're using that to charter their own flights. The way I understand it.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay,
So their budget is inflamed because of that, that's what I'm trying to get.
well, they
They're
can't,
not using their budget.
well, that's a decision of a division director or, in this case, OPVP.
So what I'm trying to find out is that, why are they getting all that extra money to do all this stuff?
They have to stay within their budget, so it's not extra money.
It's money that they built in.
Or they're doing their own budget transfers.
Okay. Understand. And then, the other question I had was this number here, it's got a negative number here.
That's because, last year and now, it's a difference. Okay, on that page, Form 1,
On 11/2/2007.
and Part 3 of that budget summary, at the very bottom, Navajo Nation approved original budget 0. Proposed budget 270,000. The difference shouldn't be a negative. It should be a positive, is what Mr. Halona's, Honorable Halona's question is. It's in, otherwise, if we took this budget form at face value, you're saying, don't give us 270,000.
Okay,
That needs to be changed.
so that should be,
Should be
positive, not in red.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
negative.
Okay, we can make that correction.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sosi, for what you do. Certainly, we will push this, particular issue forward because it is a necessary. It's a fixed asset that's not being used. And it's a high dollar fixed asset that if it was capable of being used, it would multiply the legislative effort, would modify increase the ability of the nation to go after additional funds, is what my thoughts are. A very necessary, I don't want to put it as a tool, but it's an asset that could expand what the nation, both the executive, legislative, and the judicial could expand their capability and their goals and objectives. Thank you.
Yes. And we feel that way at DGS as well. I mean, getting these planes back up in the air has been a priority for us. Making it easier for the Navajo Nation to conduct. Having your support, we appreciate.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Halona.
On a question on your plans, what year are they? And then also, when you do all this work to them, how long, what is the projection of how long they'll be able to, function before they're gonna be needing to be repaired again?
Okay, when we get our inspections done, they're gonna be at a time of, planes, once they're overhauled, they're estimated to be, in service for 7 years. Or 3,500 hours. After that, gonna be we estimate on our hours of usage to be 500 hours a year. So, and then on top of that, the FAA has a amendment or an extender amendment on top of that to a lot for additional time if we, comply with our inspections on the planes to extend our hours to run more than 3,500 hours. So, we're looking right now, if once they're done, to be 7 years or 3,500 hours.
Unless the inspections are kept up, you can run farther than 3,500.
Yes, yes, Honorable. After that's completed, after the engine overhauls are put back on, and then the inspections are done, then we do expect it to run for 3,500 hours. And we're at our estimate, it's gonna be about 500 hours a year for the Navajo Nation.
What has been the average of what the Navajo Nation has been using a year? An average yet?
Before they were shut down.
Before they were shut down.
Before they were shut down, it was, at that time, keep in mind, the Navajo Nation had 3 planes. So each plane, on average, was running, 90 flights a month.
90 flights a month?
90 flights a month. They were averaging 90 flights a month.
How many hours of flight?
That's on 3 planes.
Yeah, keep in mind, that's on 3 planes.
And, but the new perspective is it's only.
Now, we only have 2 planes, so we're expecting that number to be a lot lower than when we had the 3 planes running.
Okay. And again, committee members, I think there's been so much public pressure to not purchase a new plane, that the division and the program is saying, let's keep overhauling, repairing, let's keep maintaining these planes, these 2 planes. So that's basic to, the air transportation.
But the other question was, how old are these planes now? And what is the longevity of the life of the plane?
I believe that they were purchased in 19... Honorable, they're still using them to this day. As far as the longevity of it, I could get you. But, there's planes that are running still, getting modified and upgraded, that are flying, that were purchased back in the... As long as the integrity of the airframe is maintained, and they continue to do overhauls or upgrades to these planes, especially the ones that we have, like they are expected to be upgraded as well, for engines. Blackhawk engines on the 90 especially. So since we already got our engines overhauled, that was why I was stating our estimated time would be 3,500 operating hours on those engines.
Honorable Edison Wanika.
Yes.
It was always concerned about. Always telling the committee, you know.
then, away, and then a year, 2 years later, come back. From there. Timeline, you know. The time, you know. Here, some years later, it's still. I'm just trying to tell, why is that?
Well, Honorable Navigate, from my understanding,
Honorable, Juanita.
Honorable Monica, from my understanding, the NAT did request funding, for those engines back in 2017. They were not, granted it, and that's why the engines weren't overhauled until 2020. I believe it was 2020. But, the main reason that it's an ongoing process is because the C-90 engines are one of 12 planes in the whole world that got a engine modification done. And in order for us to reinstall those engines back on there, we need what's called a STC. And without that STC, no installer or engine installer will touch our planes without having that as a log piece to put those engines back on. So the previous administration and the previous director, I believe you said his name, Azareth, they weren't given the full information about which plane should have been overhauled first. The first plane that should have been overhauled first would have been the King Air 200. And the main reason behind that was because you don't need an STC, you don't need special licensing in order to put those engines back on the plane. So he wasn't afforded, or he didn't research it enough to go ahead and push the 200 forward. And they went with the C-90, which had a lot of red tape on it. And that's why we're at this position. And now we're barely trying to overhaul the 200. And it's been an ongoing process. Yes, I understand that, but at the same time, we've been trying to get this STC for since I've been there, since last July. And this is the closest that anybody has ever been at obtaining a copy of that, and right now they're sitting at a ACO office in Wichita. They can't release it to us until they notify the STC holder, and then put it on the FAA website for a matter of 240 days. After that, they're going to be able to release it to us. Which is why we're in the process of doing the 100 and focusing all of our attention on that back up to air operations. Hope that answers your question.
Follow up, Juanita.
Yes. Yeah. We are able to timeline, or you can get that?
Our projection was have them both up in the, or have the 200 up in the air by February of next year. That's where I see it, but numbers and the funding for it, that could push it back. The funding didn't be sitting there still.
Please identify yourself to the committee.
Oh, yeah.
My name is Miley Flynn, and I am the Records Management Director of the Management Department. However, when Mr. Azareth was at the Division of Dental Services, I was there with Mr. Azareth. What happened was, C-90 was funded. There was 2 engines that were with, Air Dallas, out of Dallas, Texas. And, at the time, there's no director, there's no pilot or mechanic by the plane. The engines are 2 engines for the C-90, and then it also has 2. So what happened was, they delivered the engine for transportation. For transportation, but they all the engines. Only that, they need, someone to fly to make sure that the engines are okay and that they're workable. And, there's nobody to fly the plane. Fly the engines are okay. And then, the King Air is a 9-seater. Find the C-90 already overdue, long overdue for overhaul, so that's why the C-90 started at that time. And the King Air was up next, but the King Air still has flight hours available, so that's why the C-90 was selected to be here. Engines are done and they're, at the airport. Now, the King Air needs funds for the 2 engines to fly again. The planes are approximately 35 years old. Are crews at their, you know, we just maintain like a vehicle, it wears and tears.
We have a correction on the.
Yeah, the engines are not at NAT, they are in Dallas, Texas, at a holding facility. We purchased Dallas Air Automotive, is called Tele, and that's where they're being held. And the reason why we asked them to hold on to it for us is to prevent any further damage or to keep the insurance on it. That way it's in the safety of their. They are ready to ship them as soon as we get that STC for them to be installed.
Okay.
And as far as the pilot and the mechanic, pretty much right now the nation, the whole United States is in a shortage of pilots and mechanics. And we're not offering enough money to be competitive in the markets in order to gain these pilots and mechanics. That's where we're at, and our previous director was in talks with a pilot that was worked of submitting his application. That's in the process right now as well.
Okay. Again, committee. Oh.
Yes, Honorable Leader, it's for the inspections, phase 1 through 5 inspections. After the engines get over.
Okay. We have 2 engines that are ready for installation, right?
Yes, Honorable.
And then we have 2 engines that need to be overhauled?
Yes.
Okay. Then we haven't talked about the King Air one.
That's the one that needs to be over.
Okay. Okay, all right. committee, the committee could reach out to Adriel Heisey, the former pilot. He flew me on a lot of flights to Georgia, to many times to Phoenix, to do congressional testimony.
Heisey still remains, with the Navajo Air Transportation as a contractor.
Okay.
Consultant, so he's been involved in, trying to get the planes up and running as well. He's been active on behalf of, in fighting to get there as well.
Oh, good. Good to hear. Committee members. I guess, how do we best word to push this unmet need request? How do we best word it? Do you have some suggested language?
For the legislation?
To be included in the legislation. Ms. Henderson, are you still on the call? Ms. Loya Henderson.
Hello, Honorable Delia. So yes, I'm here, and I didn't quite hear what the amended language or the suggestion that was trying to be made. And I can certainly provide suggestions if I could get some clarification as to what it is that we would like to include in the amendment.
The amendment would entail a request to include $270,000 in unmet needs, to basically, the way I understand it, it will include an upgrade in the system as well as an of the two engines, right? Is it also, you're talking about an upgrade to the system that's already in the plane, so that this new engine could basically just get plugged in?
Honorable Chair, the 270 is just for the phase 1 through 5 inspections. The engine overhaul is a whole separate. And then on top of that, the upgrades are not needed because the plane was already overhauled. What's called the room modification on the K90.
Okay.
The PT-68-35 engine that it was upgraded to already. It's just STC those engines back on that plane.
Honorable.
After you install the equipment, it has to be evaluated.
The speed of the turbine.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the whole, so that's where the big.
And I guess, Ms. Henderson, if you could get on a call with Mr. Arvizo and Mr. Sosi, help, and it may even involve our contractor, Mr. Adriel Heisey, help craft the unmet need amendment, because clearly is that cost benefit issue. It's not the benefit, it just far outweighs cost. So, Ms. Henderson, we're gonna need special attention on this request. And we'll lay it in your lap and with Mr. Sosi and Mr. Arvizo.
Thank you.
To help craft the best, amendment language we can come up with. Including the technicalities that, Honorable Slater talked about. It is not, several federal steps that need to be, abided by. It's just not getting an engine on an SUV. But Ayla, committee members, that would be a request as we move to adopt this particular aspect of carryover and unmet needs. Okay, now, Honorable Juanita, we'll move from air transportation to, what was that other
Records management.
Records management. Yeah, go ahead.
Honorable Committee, Honorable Chair, continue on, we have, Business Unit 112010, Records Management Department. We have, Marlene Flynn here, another expert, so. All right, Marlene will take the floor. Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Tonight. Committee. Name is Marlene Flynn, Tijuana, Zone, I have before you the unmet needs for the Records Management Department. That we're requesting is for $30,465, and the request is for travel. We provide mail services to the Navajo Nation. This includes the U.S. Postal Service. Got mail daily at the U.S. Post Office. Distribute the interdepartmental mail throughout the St. Michael's and Grant area. And then we're also requesting supplies under operating supplies. Records Management Department pays for the Navajo Nation PO Box 9000, which is the Navajo Nation box, and that's for $1,400 annual basis that we pay for that. However, the budget that we have for general funds is $1,811. So we did increase in trade benefits. We have enough funds on the tribal vehicle, and also to fund the annual PO Box 9000 for the Navajo. So this is what the budget requesting for $30,450. Going to continue with mail services. That includes the insurance, under insurance premium, where we have the auto liability, auto physical damage, deductibles were also included. We also included the tribal vehicle, the tribal vehicle insurance. That's what we have before you.
Committee members. Honorable Slater.
Yes, no, thank you for presenting a normal government service carryover. Like everything else we got. I don't know. Dicey. My question is, was any of this evaluated for inclusion in costs or programs contribute any?
The Navajo Nation Mail Services was always funded under general funds with the Records Management Department. And was never really issued regarding the mail services. Just through in general funds and for the Navajo. So happened that we just didn't and even pay for the there wasn't any thought or
I think we should
Follow up. Honorable Slater.
Thank you. Chair, I think that we should do a legislation. Have them look into having the programs control. I don't know, this shouldn't be like an unmet need. 30,000 divided by all the different general funds. Communications, all these. Well, Records Management already has one, right? Records Management already has a proprietary account.
we have proprietary, but it's under the duplicate.
I think maybe we could amend. I don't know about this fall, maybe for that proprietary fund management plan.
Okay.
Proprietary is a separate funding source from.
Yeah, what I'm proposing is that the general fund or Navajo Nation programs would contribute to the proprietary account that Records Management.
Certainly could ask the BNF to include it.
Another thing that, Records Management, as the last 3 years, any of the, IDC funding, part of the pool at one time, management used to be. Last 3 years, there's been no IDC that was. So that's what really hurts us.
Okay,
Those that are, no fun.
okay. Let's put that as a legislative concern and, when we present it, or legislation to BNF, I'd like for you to be available, direct that on the aspect of getting the fund from the indirect costs, reestablish that stream. I don't know how to best word it right now. Go back to that system, then perhaps request could be met in that form. And the other part then could, Honorable Slater, do you think, that other aspect about including it as fixed asset cost, I think it could be in a condition of appropriation? Elevate it up that high.
For this, I mean, so that it would be,
For this part where record management is the mail delivery system to the nation.
I don't see how we can do it as a,
Okay. All right, thanks for the guidance, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. We'll list it as a legislative concern. Ms. Benali, Ms. Henderson, and I see Ms. Khan really writing down. So I guess help us craft legislative concerns so that we could put that before DNF. Ms. Khan, you have the teleconference floor.
The reason I'm here is the communication isn't as clear from the site to assigned, and so I'm coming to take notes. And my question is that, okay, as a legislative concern, those legislative concerns go into Exhibit D,
Yes.
which is legislative concerns. And so a business unit number, the program title is required, and then also the statement. And as I was hearing, I heard a couple of methods of taking care of this concern suggested. And one was to fund it through before 4 years ago with IDC.
Yes.
Is that the legislative concern to put it into IDC? Do you recommend that IDC use again for this purpose?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to be very clear.
Great.
So how would you like to play?
And thank you for taking on the extra duty. Because
You're really welcome. I'll be sitting here and come up and try to be as loud as I can. And if you're sitting here, it's louder. It's just that when everybody else who is listening, a little bit more projection. Certain people have the quality of their voice and such that it projects. But the rest of us have to make an effort to be sure that. Thank you, Ms. Chair.
thank you, Ms. Khan. Appreciate your presence and again. Oh, what's Ayla? Ms. Slim.
Yes, before the IDC was not allocated, about 3 years ago, records management was trying to do docu records and purchasing a system to where they can start scanning their resolutions. We have the Navajo Nation Council Records Management Warehouse. These are all original Navajo Nation Council resolutions, or Navajo Nation standing, the standing committee resolution. And we also have the, financial documents for OOC. At that time, Records was gonna purchase assistance to start scanning so we can save these records. However, right now, there's no type of, safety measures with records management where there's no alarm system, did any breaks or not that. We have like an 8-feet fence with razor wire around this facility, but we just don't have the funds to accommodate these original resolutions. Liability. We were told by DOJ this year that we are a liability. Not to bring them. These are very important, vital records that are at the register.
Estimate for that?
The, safety measures, no. I'm not sure about the document management. I was, a little bit over a year since the records management department. We're looking into document, system.
Okay. Committee members, you want to craft a legislative concern that, records management would give us a cost within the first quarter. From there, we would do some sort of archival system, whether it be within, oh gosh, what would you call it? Something that would exist at the museum. Miss Angelita Bernal.
She can't hear everybody.
Yeah.
It might be the fan.
Okay, yeah. So that's how come Ms. Khan is in person right now, and we appreciate that. And,
I'm emailing her.
all right. In this case, then, Honorable Vice Chair Slater is somewhat of a scribe.
You said by the end of the first quarter?
Yes, I would say that, so that we could just get things rolling.
Yes.
Because it is, I mean, committee members, for those of you that pre-1992, our budget had to go across to BIA for them to approve our budget. Had to have the area director's signature for us, general fund. We've changed that system. We don't need an uncle say it's okay to use our own fund. So, those are some historical aspects to think that needs to be saved. So, that's one of the pursuits that we need to really push. Thank you for bringing that. Any additional items? And then, Mr. Arvizo, closing statement before the committee takes action.
Yes, honorable staff, chair, Chair, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity for us to be here. Myself, for the record, I'm going on 2.5 months of being deputy director for regional services. Still learning, still picking up the process. I'm glad I have my team. I appreciate my team have presented today, and then all the other departments that are the subject matter experts. So as far as all the information, the feedback that you guys have given us, we'll go with that, and anything that we need to address, we will be sending that back out to you and sending that to the knowledge. So I appreciate your time. Thank you for everything.
Excuse me, Chair, this is Pearl Lee. Can I speak?
Ms. Pearl Lee.
Yes, thank you. Apologize for interrupting, but I did look at that 35 million allocation, and this request came from Division of Public Safety, Jesse Delmar, and in reading it, it is to fund the emergency communication. It says the project will include rural addressing and updates to the public safety internet connection in vehicles. So our request is different than what's been allocated for this 35 million. This is to address rural addressing and update internet connections and all looks like the public safety vehicle. So that's my response to Honorable Delegate Slater. Thank you.
Ms. Lee.
Yes, Chair.
Please provide some bullet points to your request. So that the committee can look at it tomorrow regarding your request.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
So, committee members, there's no follow-up questions to the group? Oh, Honorable Monica, you had a question to facilities maintenance. I almost forgot.
I was thinking, let's stay up for. Most of the questions I have been answered.
Okay. All right. Akushi. So if there's no follow-up questions, Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
I want to include a legislative concern coordinating on the housing. And vacancy. And then, question is, how do you, the White Navajo Community Act on directive when you're purchasing insurance products? You have something down the line you can speak.
Want me to get some break?
Because that might be a.
Recording in progress.
discussion for Friday.
Fine. You're welcome to sit up here so you could, so, do we have a response?
Mr. Chair, if
Mr. Arvizo, thank you.
yes, thank you, Chair. Honorable Slater, right now, Charlie would be the one to answer that question. He is currently right now with, two groups, one from New Zealand and one from, Alaska, who are in entry for the ceremony, but, we're hosting them also as far as, showing them around. So I tried calling him, his cell phone, both calls went to voicemail. I can, take notes, or I took notes and the question and answer for you. Tomorrow. This day.
You, have them available when we back tomorrow, because we'll need help with.
Yes, okay, yes, no problem.
I'll have to do an email.
Okay. We have our agreement for now.
Okay. Ms. Slim, I just thank you for providing. The one that really hits is the original, CIA, trust, mismanagement settlement. And again, you know, part of the issues was based on prior resolutions of the council and how do you distribute it. And so, how then do we push this? Yes. That mismanagement part, it went to citizen funds. And so, I guess part of it is then, how do we redirect some of that previous fund to go to stabilize our own record system? The archival documents. Okay, then, how then do we proceed, Honorable Vice Chair Slater?
That IDC was eliminated from records management because it was not, or what was the reason for ending the IDC allocation?
As I understand,
Ms. Lee, or Ms. Slim, yeah.
as I understand, there have been like several department directors in the past. And one of them, they had combined the, communication services proprietary account and the kind of operations, and they put it together. So, and this is what, how, OMB, records management was receiving proprietary revenue funds. And I believe that county, agency, I don't think it's management anymore. So, at this point in time, we're trying to fix it to separate the functions. Because service fund and the other is where we also assist the outside contract. Right now, what we're doing is function because there should be any crisscross in function. I believe that's why the IDC,
You guys are already getting money from the payments for services, so therefore we're not gonna give you the ID. Move your
the
ability to
department
actually.
that, we don't use the, duplicating.
No, I understand, I'm just saying, it sounds like that's what they said to you.
I guess, I believe that's right.
Are you familiar with how the IDC is allocated? I've always wondered, to me, it's like a black box until they say, oh, here's the reallocation or the carryover, whatever it is.
OMB is the one that basically allocates it.
Yeah, they just have full administrative control.
Oh, and again, if that's not the route, if they're saying you don't have outside funds, you don't generate indirect costs, is, I see the thinking, you don't generate indirect costs, so that's how come you shouldn't get any funds from that pool. And so this that settlement with the BIA, trust fund settlement, from there, some of it should have gone as what Ms. Slim has provided. I think that might be the route. How do we reroute that particular directive that was made back then? If we could, I guess, who brought up that issue? Did it ever become part of legislation, or was there any documents to basically verify what you're stating in this memo to us?
In early March of 2007, Tele was went ahead and they, at the last hour, right before the end of the year, they applied for this, management, this settlement versus, and, thereafter, we had a courthouse, offer from there for several months, department going through issues that we also records management warehouse set up there too. Well, approximately 2 to external drive, I believe that's when need some funding. Our now when they our resolution.
So I was on that meeting. Oh, yeah? It only lasts up to 20 minutes.
Resolution for you, for the, nomination person.
Okay, the whole basis to prove mismanagement
full basis to prove our case, not protecting records. So we, going forward, Ms. Khan, you know a lot about the budget system. How do we then include it? Shall it be a request for additional funds from this committee on behalf of the Records Management Department? I guess the thought is there a possibility of redirecting some carryover funds where there a division that hasn't used it and redirect the carryover funds to fund this particular real need?
Yes, there are, I think, two possibilities. One is to put this request into Exhibit D, unmet need, in which case we would need from the division the business unit number for the records department, and then the programming records and the amount needed, and a statement saying what exactly the funds will be used for. That is one method, is to put it in Exhibit E.
Okay.
And in Exhibit E, you see the column. The department, the committee think that that's the best way, is to put it into unmet needs, then that division into exhibit. Your resolution also has an Exhibit D, or the C, a place for the committee to say, we want to move certain funds from a particular business unit to another business unit. That requires the committee to look at and decide where to pull money from, where to put it. And of course, that requires you to pull out the big binder and look, move money around. And of course, this is a recommendation to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Yeah.
So that one requires a little bit of work, determining where to take the money from, and then to place it in a particular business unit records office. The method is to put it in unmet needs. I hope that it is funded through that particular fund, that branch chief or division. And my understanding is also that in your Exhibit C, that you place your desired first up there and then down, and then the list goes to, the highest number will be the one in your legislation.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Khan, the committee has acute knowledge that within the executive director of Division of Social Services, funds have been carried over from 2017 to 2021. Previously, that total amount had been 10 million. But in the most recent report, that was reduced to, I think it was 9.6 million. So clearly, there is a demonstrated record that the general funds that exist within the executive director's budget line item is not being used. So, looking at the committee to redirect this dollar amount request
to records management. And it's all, we know it's all general fund. Ms. Khan?
Members of the committee, it would be helpful to get and ask a figure, how much you are talking about for this particular individuals who could provide that figure. Like before you would say could provide an amount or be given an opportunity maybe till tomorrow to provide that amount because that would be needed in your exhibit.
Yes.
In either of the two exhibits, you will need a particular amount.
So, Mr. Arvizo, Ms. Slim. Do we have a dollar amount?
In discussion, we're looking around the range of at least 8 million. If you actually see all the buildings that we need to, where the actual records are kept now, major improvement.
Okay. Ms. Benali?
Would have to be like water, climate control. Cases that, that we can back and then release.
Almost museum quality atmosphere environment. Okay.
That's gonna be only.
Okay.
So your proposal is
Yeah. Initial, but let's look at it as far as that bigger request. How do we access the citizen funds? Because that was the settlement funds. And the settlement was based on our records, but we're not protecting our records. That could be used 100 years from now again. Those types of thoughts are just circulating in the discussion, Ms. Slim.
Right now, we do have a.
So the need is significant.
Correct. So at the beginning, the 8 million is more or less to cover the start and get everything situated.
Okay.
The majority of it will be around 16 million.
Okay.
And that's just,
Okay.
yeah, so. Money is the low end, because obviously. With our records, we have photos. Well, I don't have the photos here, but there are some places where we have our records now. Is I couldn't have all. 3 million would get us to the next.
Ms. Benali?
Yeah.
Ms. Benali. So we have some direction now regarding that, and we appreciate, and thank you for providing that. And I'm using your memo to the executive budget team, bring board. Guess it's gonna be initiative now. Thank you. Chair is open to the motion. Honorable, Chair, Vice Chair Slater. Motion. And to include the legislative concerns. I hear a second by Honorable Paul Begay. Any further questions, discussion? Ms. Khan?
And members of the committee, as I was listening to this last issue having to do with the dilapidated records building, I heard three possible ways of taking care of the issue. And one is to request citizen funding. And there's a particular attorney in our office who deals with citizen funding. I will ask that attorney to provide some information tomorrow, so that you can see whether or not this type of funding can be allocated from citizen purposes. And as you know, there's certain things you have to hit to access citizen. Other one, and of course that is a separate legislation. And the request, it could be made in a directive or to have the division provide the information, and then members of your committee could introduce information on citizen funding. The other one is to put the request into the unmet needs category, in which case if the division would provide the unit number, the amount and such, and the purpose. Into that language. The third is to use Exhibit C, and that is to move particular funding which you have identified to for this particular business unit number. And that would be a recommendation. And so if that's the case, we would ask the division to identify that particular fund, which you said has been carried over for a number of years,
Ms. Angelica Benali, there was a memo from OOC. Remember, I had a requested carryover funds, and they gave us that rundown from 2017 to 2022. And then there was a new report, I think it was in March, where that had been reduced from 10 million to 9.6. In March, there was another follow-up memo from OOC saying that that dollar amount was reduced to 9.6. That's where the committee would like to access it to fund this particular aspect of Ms. Khan.
So that particular business unit, there is a place in Exhibit C in which the information is given for a particular business unit number, and for that to be decreased, and then another business unit to be increased.
Okay.
And that would need to be on a particular exhibit. And what could occur is these could be made available, and you decide tomorrow which one of these methods how you would want to address it.
Okay, in addition, the Division of Social Services presented us their budget, and that's where the 9.6 is shown. As a remaining balance. And I'm gonna have to pull that particular budget this evening to give you the business unit. So, that's where I think we can access it, because when you don't spend it for, 5 years, it shows you not meeting any need. Okay, thank you. Committee members, that would be inclusive of the motion. Ashbiga. Okay. Oh, Hakushi, and.
I was just doing that too.
Just alone.
I was ready to press send and you sent it.
Honorable Helena, are you on the call?
I'm on the call.
Okay, we still got quorum then. There's 3 of us here, and then you're on call. Honorable Charlene So, are you on the call? We're getting ready to vote on the recommendations for unmet needs, and the committee will also present a list of legislative concerns, and then respective of also to push forward the carryover fund for the Division of General Services. Okay, so in that aspect, Ms. Angelita Benali. Okay, so, all right. I'll call for the question then. Honorable Helena.
Green.
Honorable Begay.
Elder Begay votes green.
Honorable Bonica.
Green.
Green. And then we have a text message from Honorable Charlene So voting green. And then, of course, Ms. Angelita Benali relayed the message from Honorable Vice Chair Slater. So you have unanimous support. We'll see you again tomorrow when we act on these legislations. Appreciate your work. And let me tell you, you guys stepped up. Again, Mr. Nika stated that we had addressed some of these issues. A little disappointed to realize that there's still issues, but you gave us directions on Mr. Sosi and Ms. Flynn. They gave us directions on how we can help you accomplish your goals and objectives. Go ahead.
Thank you.
So we'll see you mañana. Hasta luego.
Hasta la vista.
Okay. Now, city members and legislative staff, thanks for the box lunches. And that way we don't have to take a break. We'll move on to the Department of Education. We have Dr. Begay. Oh, here's Dr. Moffett. I was thinking, here's somebody from the Press Association sitting and watching us do the work.
Dr. Begay is in a Board of Education meeting. Julia Mitchell, who has stepped up to assist us, the accountant. Her and I have been working in collaboration with, the large department.
Great. I'm gonna second you.
Okay, Dr. Moffett, we still don't know how to properly address you. On some of your email, you're listed as Maria. I see now quick, just hyphenated name of your mom.
Hyphenated, in order to get it all in on the email.
Reina Mendoza.
My first name, they have 3 phrases, and my last name is originally comes from Arizona. My father's originally from Luke, Canyon Diablo.
Oh.
When he went to boarding school, he didn't have an English name, so he adopted the last name of mom.
Oh, you're the third person I know that's from, Diablo Canyon. There's a Jerry Nelson that served on the NAPI Board of Directors. He was Diablo Canyon. And of course, we have a former Attorney General that's also Diablo Canyon. So interesting. And Diablo Canyon ends up to be part of Little Colorado watershed. Okay. Now we.
Okay, I'll start with my introduction. That is, she is animal being not crazy. This is one of the favorite. I live in St. Michael. I have 2 beautiful children who are attending Window Rock School. I grew up in San Diego all my life. My parents, my brothers and sisters, I'm the youngest. There are a total of 6 siblings. And after finishing college at San Diego State to dedicate my career as an elementary teacher, I decided to leave and come to the Navajo Nation because I had received scholarships with the Navajo Nation. I had felt that I had a duty and a responsibility to give back. I left my parents and all of my siblings. I came all alone to land in Tehachapi, New Mexico. I taught at Tehachapi Elementary for 7 years as an elementary teacher and 4 years as an elementary school principal. My heart's still in Cougar Country. And after finishing my 11 years at the elementary school, I was promoted to Director of Federal Programs and Indian Education Programs, where I completed my total years of 25 years, wonderful years with Gallup McKinley County. I transitioned into Arizona and worked at Cayenta as a principal and Sanders as a principal, transferring over here to the Department of Education. It's such a great honor to be able to serve in this capacity. Very grateful, and I'm also very honored to come before you and just to be able to help our department in all the topics that will be discussed.
Thank you. And since you said all those things about Tehachapi, Honorable Halun is going to have to abstain from this one.
But I'm not gonna agree with you anyway.
Okay, but the cheat of so those folks on the line don't take it seriously. We appreciate, your introduction, and it's great that you came to help advance, Navajo education to advance, sovereignty in education and push it forward. Thank you. So, you may proceed.
Okay, so what I would like to,
Well,
again.
perhaps, let's back up. We haven't really ever met before. Che, Daniel, so this is in there. Kenja Kenensko, Manis Ilkachi, this is Kishni, this is Chigo, Nahapani, this is Nola. Not named Jean Bolia, Torreon. That's the Mexican name. Pardon me, the whole. I spent one day in a BIA school. And then the rest of my education was public school. So, and we are at the eastern edge of the sovereign nations, of the sovereign lands of the Navajo Nation. What the, for two previous terms, 1987 to 95, and at that time I served as chair of the Education Committee. So, education, for some reason, in the focus. But thanks to the colleagues here in my third term, during this particular committee. Is it Ayla?
Sitting behind the stack of binders, so I better start. Yeah, Dr. Ado Shehet, from the easternmost part of the nation, chair, all the way to the west side. I'm from the western end, northwest corner. GE and I'm going for the king, KB, fourth and Tele. Those are the 5 chapters I work with. I am of the Tradition camp. For the change that should shape. We hear you on the air, and we finally meet, so. Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm not gonna let him stand alone.
I usually like to stand anyway. Welcome to the Navajo Nation and your appointment. Sherry Pernell Salona today. I come from Tallahatchie. I'm the council delegate for District 14, which is Nash City, Tallahatchie, Twin Lakes, and Coyote Canyon. And Twerking is the Ashing versus Chin, Nanastasia, that's a chair, Kwana, that's an LA minister. And nice to meet you again, and I know we'll be talking to you more here in the last few months that we're on. And I hope we can get everything taken care of with your budget today. And again, Nice to meet you again. Thank you very much for coming. For giving me that information.
Okay,
Lord, help mine.
yes, yes.
Madam Chair, members, honorable members of the committee, I'll go ahead and begin with I'd like to start with the unmet needs. And then we'll talk about the conditions of appropriation, and then finally we'll talk about the carryover. Julia Mitchell is on the line, so we will be able to also, she'll be able to assist us in regards to more details about the carryover. First of all, I wanted, point out to a memo that was submitted on August 1st, in which we included our priority list for the Department of Education. We included 8 areas in this list of priorities. We narrowed it down more. And then from that time on August 1st to now, just recently, we were asked to go back to the priority list and narrow it down more, so that, of course, brings our budget to a different amount. What we would like to propose right now in terms of unmet needs is the first one for the HVAC and heating system. As I reported in the last meeting, this is one of our #1 priorities. We are willing to cut down the amount we are seeking from $20 million to $10 million. The reason is, at this moment, we do not have a current quote or evaluation of the exact amount that we will be needing to replace the HVAC and heating system in our building. So we are willing to cut that in half as our priority list. In addition to that, we have also included another area where we would like to cut in consultation with Rose Brand with the scholarship office. As you can see in our unmet needs, we had requested $10 million for the scholarship office. We're really willing to cut that down to $5 million scholarship. So that brings it to $5 million, higher education. Another area where we're willing to shrink it down a little bit is the $250,000 for the textbook activity, and for that one, we're willing to bring it down from $250,000 to $200,000. So for scholarship altogether, it would be $5,200,000 altogether, and really tightening up our budget request as much as we can. We still would like to consider the list that we have submitted as a priority list for the unmet. At this moment, if you have any questions, I'll be willing to answer any questions. We also have our representative program managers on specific areas on the business unit numbers that are ready to answer any questions.
Thank you, committee members. Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you, Chair, members of Health, Education, Human Services. Thank you also, Dr. Moffett. I'm just wondering why, we know that education is very important, and in the whole nation, our Navajo nation, education should be way on top of the line, #1 priority. We continue to express concern for our children not going to a good, getting good education because of limited funds. But it seems that with the funding we're going, we're subtracting from what we had originally. But what is the reason for going down instead of as far as the funding? That would be my question. Thank you.
Dr. Moffett, go ahead.
Okay. So the reason is specifically on the unmet needs, and I'm assuming that the question in regards to limiting unmet needs. The first one is on business number 109001, which is the administration is the HVAC. And that
areas where, we feel that that's where we can cut down the amount. Our office was notified to cut down on the list of the unmet needs. This is a result of that request that was given to us to narrow down the budget more. So we felt that the HVAC and heating system was an area where we can, rather than 20 million, cut it down to 10 million. That affects, it's not a direct service to schools, and it doesn't impact of our services directly to. The other one does, and I would say that with higher education. We do have road grants, and if I may, we would like to ask permission if we can hear the floor, so she can discuss a little bit more on the recommendation to the higher education scholarship amount.
Thank you, Dr. Moffat. Miss Rose Graham, are you on the call?
Yes, members of the committee, Chairman So and others, and Dr. Moffat. Yeah, thank you very much for giving us some time. 都现在是人来定的delegate brigade, and so the scholarship piece of it, you know, the peso for scholarship, you know, for instance, 50 million. And that they need through the first legislation and CARES and ARPA, that's the unmet need. So, and we were instructed to, you know, 40 plus million is way too much. Dodie wants 40 plus million. So you need to cut your amount down. So that's why those numbers, and looks like I'm the only one that reduced my amounts. So you know, if there's plenty more funding, it would be great to have the full 10 million. You know, see throughout the nation, all the divisions, what the needs are. So that's the response that I have. Also, on number 3, the business unit there is 109008 is the scholarship business unit. Just a correction that needs to be done right there. And we would like to get funding, 200,000 for a government textbook on here. You know, you've seen Dr. Danette Dale's Reclaiming Our History. Anhin hahane, anhin hitene, bahane. What ahin hachine, benani tindole. Within the boundaries of the Navajo Nation, the sovereign Navajo Nation, Nahachin history, be nabitin tindo dojo, nalsos be had it a textbook. At a ya hitaitzo go to Quigoshin, could, yeah, that's, your textbooks up and dot, but those needs. Could stop in the year, Lana needs in Shinant Ashmode. And definitely, our facility needs major attention. So, Dina gonna discuss. Yeah, got discuss not less. So a heating system. We need a new heating system. We need a new HVAC system. It's the Yego. Peso Dino kid. Ngerata asa ko ashonde.
Okay, I guess, Dr. Moss, it wasn't that the request from the committee was prioritize your request. And because the committee has certain powers, and I guess we all looked at each other and said, I don't think we can gain 46 million. So that's how come we asked for a priority list. And it wasn't unnecessarily to reduce it. And so committee members, with that unmet need request, it's in the committee's hand, the dollar amount. We just need I guess, the language to push it forward. Again, I, for myself, from the chair seat, would want to go with the original request for the scholarships. Yeah. So the other part on textbook, Ms. Graham, could you put together a budget for that? Right now, our New Mexico legislators are putting together to further the Yazi Martinez funding request. Remember, I said there's monies available to tribal departments of education. And the other part is to develop curriculum to infuse language into the public school systems, whether it be the different Pueblo languages, and of course, you know, we're way ahead. But this aspect of funding the printing of a textbook, if we could develop a request, a proposal, so that I could present it to Senator Shannon Pinto, Representative Allison, Representative Wanda Johnson, Senator Shendo, and Representative Derek Lenty, as well as Senator Brenda McKenna. And I'm sure we could get sponsorship for it.
Yes.
Their meeting, and let's go forward, and then at the same time, will develop a letter to endorse your proposal. And
Okay.
while we work on legislation, to endorse those requests.
Okay.
We could do that, but that would be an avenue for curriculum material development.
Okay. Thank you very much.
The other part is, let's develop a request. You know, part of the Yazi Martinez case is career development. How do we put together a program? And remember, the Yazi Martinez, it acknowledged that BIE schools, contract and grant schools feed into the public school system.
Right.
And so how do we then do those curriculum development aspects? And once those things are developed, maybe we could use those same attributes to approach the Arizona legislature. So those are some thoughts. Dr. Moffitt, Ms. Graham, Dr. Begay, and really, and again, it also includes pre-K. The Yazi Martinez decision also included pre-K. So how do we also include the needs from Head Start to be to go to the state legislature with? Those are some thoughts as we carry on our work. Dr. Moffitt.
Bringing that up in regards to what Representative Valencia has introduced to legislation for New Mexico. This is through the community-based grant. There are two pieces of proposals regarding grant. One of them is for infrastructure in the amount of $500,000. Second one is for direct services program, which is community libraries with the incorporation of which you just said early literacy and language and culture. And we just want to report to you that we have submitted our applications and proposals for both of the funding. We have met with Representative Valencia, who has informed us about the availability of funds and what is available, and our department has made and completed of the community public education department.
And I guess the main thing is, yes, the House side enacts, but we can't even get a hearing on the Senate side. And so right now, the strategy is how do we get a committee chair on the Senate side to have a hearing such that the Senate can vote on those. That's and right now I know that Representative Lindsay is meeting and has held meetings with longtime education advocate Regis Pecos, and has met with former TV personality and now a legislative advocate, Conroy Chino, to put together a strategy. How do we get it on the Senate side?
complete roadblock getting some of these funds. So, and right now, that group is looking over toward the westlands. Where's Navajo at? We don't hear nothing from them with that strategy, and yet we have, what, 6 representatives. Is Doty engaging the state legislators? Representative Allison, Representative Wanda Johnson, Senator Pinto. So that's where we need, and it's not necessarily just Representative Lemke. These others where somebody could second the motion, where somebody could co-sponsor a bill. That's what we're looking for. Just to let you know, Representative Lemke represents Sandoval County and the 3 chapters. Councilor Ohoncino and Torreon. And those 3 chapters are within my district right now. And with the redistricting that was implemented, Representative Lemke will now represent parts of Orfano chapter, Naive chapter, Pueblo Pintado, and Councilor Ohoncino and Orion. So that's where we're at. So if need be, let's schedule a get together with me where I'm sure they'll appear at the call of this committee. Could do a work session. Either in that Justice Center at Bernalillo. Remember where we get our updates from Department of Justice. I trust in Craigie, Honorable Wanika.
I'd like to ask a question to Rose in reference to scholarship. I told her that about family asking for any more questions? 10 million for members.
One more comment, Coach. I think one of the things that we're going to have to really look at for that and everybody to know. Or
1 year. 10 million should be going. She's going to serve 2,000 students here. And following year, they can't face the patent. It's the unmet needs of that to take care of the problems. To be recurring. 10 million, okay, you could tell they have to. So, 1 year, the extra, although, it's 1 year to. 1 year to upon the now, so say the up on some case. I think, exemplary combat chair, I think. case, this, everyone is entitled to people. Also, Peterson's graduation, it's also pretty much. Action funnel. Just your tunnel some action funnel this again, action between so. Even I'm always interested in scholarship on you. I want to ask Rose, the question not every year the question festival announcement. For you action that no, I don't know what not go home visits go. There'll be kids, yes, I DJ. All years. Because there's really no funding for them, even not. So we have to really take it seriously to increase scholarship. 8 days yesterday, I checked, and I think it is good. But the decal basket, that's only with that, it's the sum that is scholarship is ongoing with it. If we increase it by 10 million, that 10 million should be there again, year after year. How 1 year cut, would they not pass it? The dream kind of what that would the body needs now. Thank you.
Thank you. Great, John. Longevity of that 10 million. Oh. Anybody else? With Ayla, this work session will be separate from the legislation. But those aspects, the committee forward the unmet need request, and then carryover. Did you speak to the carryover?
Yes, absolutely. So, Mr. Chair, if it's okay, I wanted, if we could talk about the conditions of appropriation, and then the last one carryover. Is that okay with you?
I was gonna save the best for last.
Okay. I'm so excited. I wanted to do that one thing, but that's okay. Just save the best last. We're gonna go ahead and do carryover. Is that okay?
Oh.
Alrighty, sounds good. So with us on regards to the carryover, we have Ms. Julia Mitchell, who's been our #1 champion at donating so that she agreed to step up to the plate and assist us with the absence of an accountant. So Ms. Julia Mitchell, are you here with us?
Yes, I am. Yant a Julia Mitchell yin shia ado nan in this show toy Caitlin Bush's chin Tkaba Dashe ado bit atni a dashinale ado Shamaha ein lay nas chitty dat nagonda ado shaja a bahasla the yaj betwot yo yell a adishiyaho and I've been with Dene Education now for about 20 years. With the Navajo Nation Rural Systemic Initiative, which was fully funded by the National Science Foundation. And then we were called the Office of Dene Science, Math, and Technology. And now we are the Office of Dene School Improvement. Chairman Soyat, Ado, Vice Chairman Slater, and members Paul Begay, Pernell Halona, Charlene Sodo, Edison Wanika, Yat and Hitishnedo Auto Ahiha. I'm gonna apologize at first because I actually I will declare that this is the first for me regarding carryover, and I'm not afraid to say that I'm ignorant, but I'm learning and viewing the balances that OMB provided. I was very concerned because it was literally out of our hands because of the executive orders that were in force. and the restrictions for staff to actually travel and to provide a direct service. So we were basically in virtual operation this past year, and prior to that, total virtual. But now that we're slowly getting out of that, I think that we should have the opportunity to include language in legislation so that when it goes to council and then for FY23, we can use in the mode of supplemental funds that were unexpended unintentionally, but due to the executive orders and also the pandemic. So in going through the budgets, there were some programs that were identified that had some high amounts with available balances. So for starting off with the Office of Dene School Improvement, Business Unit 109009, we are looking at proposing recommended carryover for business unit or object code, actually 3210 for personal travel in the amount of $9,000. And then in 4200 for non-cap, $25,000, and 4410 operating $25,000. And then 8,300 participant training for $44,000. And for travel, as I've mentioned, due to the executive order, staff were not allowed to travel, so we remained virtual, but we see plans in providing direct services for this program as staff who consist of certified teachers, licensed, who work directly with schools and provided direct service in the mode of capacity building. They will be able to visit schools and provide that service for the purpose of closing the academic achievement gap, which also includes the Dene School Accountability Plan and the Dene Philosophy and Learning Character Development Curriculum, and also STEAM and STEM curriculum, which is enforced by kits and curriculum built with our teachers and Arizona State University, which has been released to schools. So they'll be assisting in providing those trainings at the school site. And then for non-cap and operating, the focus on that is actually goes towards the Dene School Accountability Plan on the Navajo Education Information System aspect of it. So that will continue with plans going into FY23 to continue to create the a functional data warehouse. So that will be a contributing factor. And then for participant training, in the past, prior to the pandemic, we were able to utilize this account for youth activities and curriculum, but due to they're not restrictions, but they're new guidelines. And I think it's for auditing purposes with OOC. Everything we used to use under this line item related to stipends, purchasing resource materials, and also the Navajo Nation Science Fair. But now that has changed. The Navajo Nation Science Fair we didn't have for the past 2 years due to the pandemic. So we're going toward a new direction with character development, utilizing Dene philosophy. And as we approached that, we were told that we could not use this account to pay our teachers or cultural specialists. So we had to divert the funds. And the thing with this particular account is it's a direct service, and there's restrictions on it. So we really can't transfer out. And I know that with OOC, I'm not really sure, but it doesn't accommodate us in the way that it used to. So we will be utilizing this money in another object code that they identified that we can use for our teachers. But that's basically the large amount that remained unexpended for the 44,000. That also included monies that we utilized to have students participate in STEAM camps with ASU. And that's been very successful. And we actually, after a 2-year break due to the pandemic, we engaged in that this year with schools participating from Rock Point, Kintlena Dormitory, Nutnilgene, and St. Michael's locally, and I believe Kinlichee, and Greasewood. They participated, and the students were able to witness and experience university life and have the training conducted on the facility there. So those are types of activities that account covered, but now that changed with OOC. So for the Office of Diné School Improvement, we're looking at $103,000 for carryover. And the next I saw or noticed an agreement with Dr. Moffett to proceed with OSCAD, the Office of Standards Curriculum Assessment Development. And that's currently delegated by Dr. Moffett herself until they can install a new education manager. Prior to that, Diné School Improvement, I'm sorry, let me go back, but Johansson Phillips is actually delegated as the education administrator until that position is filled. It was formerly occupied by Dr. Calvin White. So back to OSCAD, there is a projected total carryover request of $63,000. And that is, again, travel was $30,000 that remained unexpended. Commercial air, $10,000. Training and registration, $8,000. Equipment, $15,000. So that was a pretty big amount for $63,000. The program is also hiring new people. So their plans to proceed with all of their initiatives that they have planned will take place 10/1, and this will supplement those plans as the restrictions are lifted. Next, we have the Navajo Nation Library, which is supervised by Donovan Pete, and the projected carryover is about $39,000. And that includes, that's for business unit 10906. Object code 3230 is $8,000. That's for personal travel. 4410 operating, $20,000. And 6300 in technology, $6,000. 7110 programs for $5,000. The library basically was shut down or closed to the public. So now that with the gradual opening of facilities and also the possible anticipation for lifting of travel restrictions, Mr. Pete does have plans to utilize these supplemental funds, if approved and carried over into FY23, to begin building his resources. And I believe at the time, the resources that he was pursuing were also kind of stuck in the stall mode where, as we know nationwide, a lot of things were out of stock, and also transporting of such resources were inaccessible. But now that that's easing up, he's able to pursue purchasing of resources and also to travel. And as you know, with the library, that's a complete direct service organization where they deliver and provide rural communities with books and different types of resources, literacy resources. So he does have plans on FY23, if approved, on the carryover of these supplemental funds, are to be used as supplemental funds. Again, the total amount to be projected is $39,000. And the next is the Office of Educational Research and Statistics, which is supervised by Mr. Roy Tracy, who's actually on double duty because he has the Office of Educational Research Statistics and also the Navajo Nation Head Start. And looking at their funds, there is some potential for carryover, and they also have plans to possibly use the majority of these balances. But as you know, the fiscal year ends within a couple of weeks when we begin closeout. So just in case and for the record, we just wanted to include on here that there are possible carryover amounts for business unit 10904, 3230 for personal travel at $9,000, 3310 for commercial air at $7,000, 4120 for supplies for $15,000, operating at 4410 for 10,000, and 5610 for wireless at 5,000, and 7110 for programs at 5,000. The Office of Educational Research and Statistics is a very important program that provides statistical and research assessments and analysis on data related to schools, and they play a very pivotal role in reauthorization and the collection of data, and schools also rely on them on a direct service to provide training in data, its use, its management, and presentation. So due to the restrictions, staff have successfully continued operations uninterrupted through the pandemic and then to date. But as schools open up and as travel opens up, their staff is basically required to provide these training on school sites and also to their stakeholders, including the state departments of education, and also including presenting Navajo data at local, regional, national conferences. So the total carryover amount projected and requested is at $51,000. Thereafter, we have Department of Youth, and I'm going to leave that if explanation is needed to Miss Denise Thomas and Eileen Nez. And overall, with the Dene Education, we're looking at a projected available balance and carryover request of $928,911.91. Again, this process is new to me, and I hope its presentation is acceptable and understanding, and I will do my best to explain. But I believe we also, if you need further explanation, we have the managers of these programs available at the same time, as well as Dr. Moffitt, to expand on its justification. But I hope the format is accepted, and I hope that actually, I'm open to your full guidance and direction hereafter. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Committee members. We have the unmet needs request. We have the carryover fund request before us. We want to address those items before we get to the condition of appropriation from FY 2022. Committee members. These budget matters, Iggy, let's address that right now, and then after that, then we can proceed. Let me provide that direction. Unmet need request, we sort of skimmed it. Scholarship, I think is a good focus. From what I could tell, the committee would discuss that dollar amount tomorrow, what would be part of the perhaps amendment to our legislative council. We need to provide some guidance on the dollar amounts for scholarship administration. What was the other one? Okay, from the chair's perspective, the unmet need request. It bothers me that Doty is requesting 20 million. but is requesting only 10 million for scholarship.
10 million for scholarship, really to bring down the amount to 5 million.
No. You're not understanding. Why 20 million for administration? And why are you saying we're willing to reduce it to 5? Where we have a special focus from the committee on scholarship. Committee, the chair is asking that this unmet need for administration to be reduced so that we take whatever dollar amount that we reduce it and put it into scholarship. Okay. Because the focus is on the kids, the students.
Mr. Chair, this is Rose Graham.
Ms. Graham?
Thank you very much again for the time. The only thing I would ask is thank you very much for your support to keep the original amount and then your recommendation to increase further amounts in the scholarship. So in the past winter, in the administration's request for heating and HVAC system, that's what I want to address. Dr. Begay and Dr. Moffitt are very new. Dr. Begay came in January. And
Ms. Graham,
yeah.
The original presentation,
that
dollar amount for HVAC, and you didn't have any cost estimate. And I see that we're still lacking an actual cost estimate. But there was some previous direction to get with facilities maintenance to get that dollar amount nailed down. And again, it's this educators saying we need 10 million, but we need actual engineer.
Yes, I understand.
Okay, that's the part.
Yeah, it costs money to get those assessments too.
Well, the thing is we have people within, as Honorable Amber Crotty says, we have those types of folks within the mother government organization. How can we get folks over there to walk it through and get us a better estimate? That's where that's the perspective that I'm putting before the committee, and that's the thoughts. Committee members, what are your response to what I just presented? Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Dr. Moffitt, and I should say Rose Graham. when I heard the figure of scholarships being reduced, my first thought, and it was autonomous, is that we tell the whole nation out there that our children are very important, and education is the foremost thought that we should have in order to help our nation grow. We must let our young minds grow also. So we need to put the money in there so that we stand up and make this dream come true for our young minds. And each year we always, every community, and every single person probably heard, people are seeking scholarships and they can't seem to find it. And the nation, our Navajo nation, should be ready to help our people, our young minds grow. That we can take out and now these buildings, these Navajo Nation buildings, some are very old buildings. They need a lot of maintenance and repair. In this case, even the HVAC that we're talking about is like that. I still would feel more comfortable in not reducing the amount of scholarships, because we run into that same problem every year. And even the students. But then I applied last year and the year before. This is 3 straight years I have not received any scholarships. And some of these are very high achieving students. I can hear the frustration in those students. Hear the frustration parents. That to me, we should not hold, or we should not even instill frustrations into these students and their parents. Have readily scholarship available for them. What I want this kid's chair. Perhaps there's some funding somewhere that we can use for this HVAC issue. But me, I think we leave the scholarship alone for our kids, for our children. I don't know about how it will be. So after they begin their school year, they are awarded scholarship. The following year, they run into the same problem again. We don't have any to continue their second year or their third year, or even to finish up.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Mr. Chair, Rose
Honorable,
Graham.
Ms. Graham, please understand, it's in the hands of the committee right now.
Okay, thank you.
Legislation what? Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
I agree with prioritizing scholarships. We go back to general services.
Yes.
I can cover the
Okay.
And then $10 million knows how much we're gonna have in all this at the end of it. The reason I left originally, because I was gonna have the veterans program up next, and I wanted to go to speaker game about their shortfall. Sounds like if all the legislation passes from the last special session, then there might be. So, in terms of unmet needs funding, I think the sources from that are really the USC and carryover requests, or the carryovers. And a lot of carryovers than funding for scholarship. Speculating how things are probably pass ahead now. I understand there's gonna be $1 million from veterans carryover to go to fall for veterans. So, that said, I'm still trying to figure out my scholarship and down. Helpful have it on the agenda for. We have all these different trust funds that are set up and different. I don't know if it should either just be one or undergraduate, graduate. I wish we had more funding. The source for that is gonna be the. There's just a couple comments, but I agree with prioritizing the state scholarships over the renovation, just because there's no way that we'll have $20 million. I don't think we'll have $10 million. $20 million. So if we're able to help scholarships with whatever we can, we should.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. So, in legislative concern, legislative concern, within exhibit on the, carryovers. No, unmet needs. Excuse me, unmet needs, scholarship would be restored back to 20 million. And of course, the net youth at 707. And if we grant the carryovers, then the aspect of the work on state education agency planning, and again, within the Yazzie Martinez, there's the category of tribal departments of education. Those could be reduced something reasonable, but we still have a lot of carryover requests that would take care of just like the DSAT work. That's almost analogous to the state education agency planning. So I would say we eliminate the 10 million there. And the administration for the HVAC will do a condition of appropriation with general services. Am I correct, Honorable Slater? Yes, so we will do that. So we will revisit that condition of the appropriations when we address the division of general services. Committee members, any more input? Honorable Colon.
You just mentioned that the scholarship, years is 10 million.
Yes, over here. We would restore, originally, remember they presented 46 million.
Mm-hmm.
In their scholarship was listed, I think it was at 20 million.
Yeah.
So when we asked them to reprioritize,
They prioritize what you can.
well, reduced it.
Reduced it, yeah.
We want to take it back to 20. Okay. HVAC, we're going to do a condition of appropriation with general services.
Get a
To-
number together on how much it's gonna cost.
Get a good cost estimate and money. And it shouldn't be an educator trying to find money. General services has that authority and responsibility. Put it in their lap, on their shoulders, where it belongs. Ms. Angelita Benali.
Thank you, Mr. This for the point with the combination is fun. Where we're at, how much is it costing us? And then operational costs. Really costing the administrator office and the but we also don't have the examinations go. I do. A lot of them have to take reviews. High schools don't do that. But the natural students. To do that. At their time, a year of their FAFSA. FAFSA will fund
14 semesters.
Yeah. But they waste that because they. What bothers me is they lose 1 year of their life. Graduating in 3 years. But that goes against their scholarship money. I could get it. They're a whole before they. But it's really unfair to say. How do we do some of it? I think at some. Give them that. They're on par with, or give them.
Okay, I guess, that part, the dynamics is changing. Federal FAFSA, financial assistance, it's based on income. Okay, the new aspect is free tuition. And for New Mexico, that's adopted. And one has to realize that the way, and in testimony before committee of the New Mexico House, previous work of the committee, education committee, any Navajo student, irregardless of whether they're residents of Arizona or Utah, if they enrolled in a New Mexico school, their tuition was in-state. Same way with the New Mexico student going into Arizona, in-state. And now we have tuition free. So any student from Arizona could enroll in a New Mexico. So this scholarship that we're talking about could add to the numbers that would actually get funded. And that's the intent and purpose. Previous report from, and documented, I think, Ms. Graham has presented, I think, what was it, 24% of all the applicants are funded? So just adding 20 million to it, we might be able to get to 48%. And so right now, yes, there will be people that need remedial work. What in years past, it used to be pre-college programs that there were federal monies, and the colleges, universities were taking advantage of it and doing pre-college experience for 10th, 11th, and 12th graders. And then when that federal money disappeared, then the universities didn't keep the programs going. So then part of the effort of the committee then is how do we reinstitute that federal funding? Because I know out of the Department of Interior, that's one of the focuses of which BIE is part of. So it just, I guess what, there is that quote unquote promise. If you want to go to college, here's the money. And that's what we're trying to further, that promise. What I see the committee focusing on, you know, and that's where I think we really need to look at. We're in a real population. More than 80% less than 80 years old right now. So that demand for scholarship, education dollars is just going to keep climbing. How do we make sure that post-secondary funding follows that steep incline also? And for me, what I see is we put it into a trust fund. Our trust fund managers are barely bringing, what, 3.5% annually? And that doesn't meet the growth curve that we're enduring right now. So we have to pour money into it. That's what we're facing as a nation. And this committee is one that has to be focused on that. So that's the reason. Ada, what that? Dr. Moffett.
Just a point of clarification, to make sure if I heard this correctly. On tab 1 of your binders, on Exhibit E, the original proposal scholarship at 10. So if we need to decrease, we need to negotiate at 5 million. But my understanding, what I hear, is we want to keep it at the original, which is.
Well, we're gonna increase it, we're gonna increase it to 20.
To 20, okay.
And we're gonna take it, that, carryover or the, unmet need request for HVAC, from Doty, it's gonna be 0. And there's gonna be a condition of appropriation to general services. You go find the funds, fix the HVAC and the heating system. But, yeah, committee members. Okay.
Chairman So?
Yes, who is that?
Chairman So, Nana, this is Julia Mitchell. I wanted to share with you 2 points regarding the carryover. The first one is the reason to recommend language to consider carryover into FY23 is based on experience from last fiscal year. We were not, or I wasn't familiar or aware that there was the opportunity to request for carryover when our budget was being processed. And we had a large amount, and our Navajo Education Information System manager had a great plan to utilize funds for the research and advancement of the NEIS system. And we proceeded with the procurement process of advertising and securing and accepting bids. And we had made a selection of a very credible, worthy vendor in the amount of almost $89,000. And the delay resulted in the 164 review process. And by the time we were not done with the process, we were advised the fiscal year ended. So all the money that was earmarked for that project ceased. And at the time, we weren't advised that we could request for a carryover. So we actually missed out on that opportunity and lost the $89,000. And so because of that, I didn't want that to happen to any of the programs. And that's why I proceeded in looking for projected carryovers in some of these areas, particularly for a program like library, because next in FY23, they're very limited, and this supplement would really help them. And then
Yes, Mitchell. Yes, Ms. Mitchell. We're gonna endorse the carryovers.
Okay, and then just one more quick fact, just to share, just FYI, with Office of Youth Development, they are excellent, and they had OMB and their records showed that they had large amounts, but just for your information, they are in the process. They'll have an actual true carryover amount I would say by the end of the month, because they're still in the process of youth employment and also scholarships for the new school year. And I just wanted to share that those are not their true amounts, but just projected. But I want to thank you members for the consideration and yeah, I'll quit it.
Thank you. And really, from the chair's perspective, the carryover funds doesn't show additional employees. The perspective the chair sees is the current personnel are going to work 130, 150% more by having carryover funds available to them. Goals and objectives will be met. That's what I'm. The end result is that's what you're asking for. Give us the carryover amount. We'll do time and a half work. Dr. Moffett, do you see the logic I'm following? That's what you're asking this committee to endorse. And part of it is, again, the CSAP monies and the others that can help in your work to establish a state education agency, or to, again, the other language is Tribal Department of Education. You understand? Okay.
Mr. Chair, this is Julia. I totally understand what you are saying, and I appreciate your words and the privilege of your guidance. And I'm more than positive that we will, or the goal is 150%, especially considering the lifting of restrictions and the focus on direct services that these programs are striving for. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Khan, any questions regarding the strategy going forward on carryovers as well as unmet needs?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I'm thinking from a drafting perspective. I see that there are two documents that are listing unmet needs. Am I correct? There's the one that you have that came with the original binder?
Yes.
Okay, and then we were just given one a while ago that looks like this.
Yes, and the original binder, we asked that they prioritize. And then this is the document they bring. But the committee doesn't agree with that, so we're asking changes to this particular list.
Mr. Chair, so I've made some notations, and that was the number one on this newer list is to be zeroed out and will no longer be listed.
Yes.
And then the second is number 3 will be increased to 20 million.
Yes.
Okay, and I also heard from, that the, number 3 business unit is incorrectly listed, and
Yes.
there should be a correction.
Yes,
All
that
right.
would be 109008.
Yes, okay. So my request is that the Department of Education provide another Exhibit E with the information that is being given today, to have that available, to be included in the legislation. Just from
Yes.
a drafter's perspective, that we are all on the same page,
I know,
that the Department of Education will provide an Exhibit E with these changes.
yes,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. We appreciate your work, thank you.
For a follow-up on number 4. Talk about number 4 a little bit more.
Oh, yes, yes, again, restate it, Honorable, Vice Chair, later.
Okay, I'm yelling from the corner of the room. But can we discuss the unmet need number 4 for 109001? Does that cover E-rate?
Yes, absolutely, thank you.
I don't know which, no, there.
Go ahead, Dr. Moffett.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair. With us, we have Brent Nelson, and Brent Nelson will talk about priority number 4, with the exhibit, in regards to, the Department of Education Information Technology. Mr. Nelson?
Yes, good afternoon. Again, thank you, Dr. Moffett, and then also thank you again to the Health Education and Human Services Committee, and then also thank you, Chairman So, for allowing me to elaborate a little bit on the item 4 that was brought up by Honorable Delegate Slater for the DOTI Information Technology request for the amount of $1,264,000. As we are all aware in discussing in this, we are charged to enact the Sovereignty and Education Act that the Navajo Nation Council amended Title 10 back in July of 2005. And in that, it was to move the Department of Education, at that time was a division, to Department of Education to oversee the operations of all schools on the Navajo Nation. And part of that was to have DOTI play a role in an administrative agency under the executive branch of the Navajo Nation to have authority and responsibility for enforcing and implementing the education law of the Navajo Nation. So off of that, the IT department in order to meet the objective of Title 10, there was a heavy need to develop an accountability system to collect academic data from all our education agencies. As you are well aware, we have a total of 237 schools on Navajo with an enrollment of roughly 73,000 plus. But the charge of this is working with our grant schools, which has roughly about 28 schools and roughly an enrollment of about 6,000. But collecting academic data and housing and building this infrastructure to capture diversified data points from each source and creating analysis reports and really identifying the gaps of our schools and to help develop models of success addressing those academic challenges. We needed to, one of the most basic and fundamental thing is using technology. So with this proposal here with DOTI Information Technology, a lot of that funding that's listed there was to address in building not only the capacity, but also the infrastructure to support collecting data electronically.
He doesn't need to.
And then,
address it right now.
Mr. Phillips, you need to mute. So, sorry, he broke my chain of thought here. So the approach was to build an accountability system and move things electronically. As we have all discovered during the pandemic, we had virtual learning, we had health data that needed to be submitted in a timely fashion. But we during the pandemic, there was the request for basic information, demographics information, academic information. And with DOTI, we didn't have real-time information. We had to pick up the phones and literally dial to these schools. And as we all know, the schools were all closed and everybody's at home. So you could imagine the chaotic that caused. by not having information readily available in a centralized location. So much of that was discovered, and the need became great to build an accountability system to be able to look into these type of things electronically. Of course, the data dashboard and the data warehouse would be available for viewing. It's kind of like a dashboard that you see with a lot of these Arizona State Department of Education, New Mexico Public Education System. They have a common login. And when you log in, you get information, demographics information, and certain information of schools. Well, the same thing is needed here for the Department of Education. The uniqueness of this system is really it would be a central repository system for states, meaning the state of Arizona, the state of New Mexico, the state of Utah, and then the BIE having all that academic data in one location. And today, we have to reach out to these different entities, and then we're only granted X amount of data. So for, I guess, in a high level synopsis, that was really the proposal to establish a reliable, high performance IT infrastructure, to ensure that we meet the demands of the Title 10 requirement of data collection, but also in this, we have sensitive information. So security, cybersecurity is of a huge concern, and then this is part of what this initiative is addressing to ensure that we're meeting the compliance of FERPA, we're meeting the compliance of SIPA, we're complying by the laws of the Navajo Nation, which has its privacy acts. So we were dealing with a lot of system hardening and to ensure that the data that we collect is going to be protected. And then also with this proposal comes the Navajo Nation E-Rate Initiative. I know that, we've been presenting to oversight committees, council, and then also the executive team regarding this initiative that has started back in 2019. We were funded in 2020 for this E-Rate initiative to install high-speed fiber lines to the nation's 110 chapter houses and to the 65 Head Start facilities in Arizona and New Mexico. So, we've networked with state departments of Arizona, the state departments of New Mexico, and off of that, we had state matching funds from both entities to help build over 601 miles of fiber to each of these chapters. As you know, the FCC has a program called USAC, the Universal Service Administration Corporation, I think it was. But underneath that, there's an E-Rate program that schools and libraries can apply for. So we had, gone over. We've jumped over many hoops just to get approval for Navajo Nation to pursue this subsidy program through USAC. And off of that, in 2020, we had approval from USAC of 90% of infrastructure costs, which was roughly around $50,464,000. So with USAC, they had requested a 5% match from either the nation or the states that we're partnering with. And with our ongoing partnerships with state departments of Arizona and New Mexico, we had they had agreed to provide that 5% match. So in the year 2020, the state of Arizona and New Mexico combined, they had provided $2,656,041.99 to match that 5%. So really, it was zero cost to the Navajo Nation to build the fiber infrastructure to these chapters. Now, in 2020, we had we did all 88 chapter houses, 110 chapter houses, and 65 Head Start centers. We put out an RFP on that. In the first round, bids were received for 88 chapter houses and 53 Head Start centers, including the Window Rock and Kayenta libraries. So that's what we were funded within E-rate 2020. So what this really does is, with the subsidy program, is we all are aware that connectivity is a huge need across Navajo Nation. We in these discussions, I've heard resources and equity that needs to be built for our students. They need a place to go to do research. They need a place to go to do homework. They need a place to go to upload their homework assignments or be engaged with other things that are education driven. We also have a need to provide health data. We have community members that need to access information related to this pandemic. And as we all know, a lot of our chapters don't have the sufficient connectivity to support that. So in this initiative, it really helps to support that. And the great thing about this subsidy program is that every month there's a 90% subsidy to their monthly current internet bill. So I'll give you a good example. For every $100, 90% of that is taken care of. So 10% is the responsibility of the chapter. Today, before E-rate, the chapter was responsible for 100% for connectivity that was probably only running like, say, 5 megs or at best 10 megs, which is really just trickles if I put it in layman terms. But with this E-rate initiative, it brings 100 megs of connectivity to each of these chapters. Many of it was going to be fiber optics. So and we've, with the service providers that we contracted through, we did a little cost comparison with what they used to pay to with this initiative, and it's roughly about $100 more. But as you can tell, from 10 megs to 100 megs, there's a huge difference in terms of connectivity. We continue to do our project within 2021 for those sites that didn't get bidded on. We re-advertised that in 2021, and off of that we got response to our RFPs from 3 service providers again, N2AW, Sacred Wind, and I think Frontier Communications had responded to our 2021. In 2020, we had Sacred Wind, N2AW, and then OSO Technology. And OSO was really the only one that provided one service to Rama, Pine Hill area. They were the only service providers there. For the New Mexico sites was really with Sacred Winds, and with the Arizona sites was N2AW. So based off of that, we started meeting with the chapters. Of course, we've created IGAs, agreements, and we've really outlined and provided information to the chapter personnel, the requirements of this E-rate initiative. And
Mr. Nelson,
part of our
Mr. Nelson,
yes sir,
Mr. Nelson,
yes sir.
You've lost the committee's attention.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to provide a background of my request, sir.
Just listen. It's too detailed for what we're looking at.
Okay.
We've, the aspects of what we've heard it at NABI, we've heard it at the ARPA discussions, and that's why I'm telling you that
sure.
You've lost the committee's attention. Committee members, do you have questions for Mr. Nelson? Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson, could you, I guess this evening or as soon as you can, a breakdown from Dr. Moffett of item 4? I think we're familiar with a lot of the initiatives that you're talking about, but what we want to see is here's a dollar amount, and here's how it's going to impact what we're trying to do here, and why it's actually an unmet need. I don't need a background on all the different things.
Sure.
Need to see what it is and have an opportunity to be able to fund it. When it comes down to discussions with budget and finance and rest of the council. We're familiar with all this stuff, and then on a separate note, if you could send me an update on E-rate at the District 11 chapter, I'd appreciate it, because I see that we have it set up Rock Point, and they currently have wired internet access now for the administration, but they haven't activated now the public internet for everyone else. And it's in Round Rock. They haven't activated it for anybody. I want to see, are we at the remaining two chapters? I know Rock Rock was the second phase. If you could update me on all those, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Via email.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, in that aspect, we'll see what the details will entail. We'll put it together tomorrow on this particular document. For sure, we know a couple of the items. Third one, we'll decide tomorrow. And of course, the state education agency expectation is carryover funds would help accomplish item number 5. And the committee will endorse the Department of Youth Infrastructure. I know there's shortage of funds for the Crown Point Youth Center, and that's part of that request. And then we go down to the school improvement. And I think part of that can be accomplished with the number 7, accomplished with the carryover fund. But Tele committee members, with this, that would bring us to condition of appropriation. When you're all excited to present.
Yes. So we had conditions of appropriation that was for the Board of Education to update their, the plan of operations. We had not seen a revision since 2005. And it was my understanding, which we didn't have that information, that they actually did take action to revise the plan of operations. That information, again, was communicated to Chairman So, and it looks like now we have that information moving along so that we can accomplish that and do that.
Thank you. In regard to that, Ms. Priscilla Benali emailed me the original request. It was March of 2021. And in that request, the Board of Education's resolution to adopt a revised plan of operation for the Navajo Nation Board of Education. I had taken that and filled out a legislative request. Disappeared. And we have new personnel at, yes, OLC. So when that new email came, or the
the new old email came, I filed another legislative request to amend the Navajo Nation Board of Education. So that particular, aspect, we should take care of within the next month, amending the plan of operation. But the actual condition of appropriation, Dr. Moffett, is, Ms. Denali, I need help on that. That Doty would pursue 638 contract for the administration. Honorable Carlos Slater, I need your assistance to that. Condition of appropriation for Board of Education, Doty would seek a 638 contract to assume administrative matters of the Bureau of Indian Education. And previously, Ms. Nolly had emailed that package. And even when a condition of appropriation is not met, then there are guidelines that committee and the council can impose. What is the progress of that particular condition of appropriation?
Members of the board, as you know, we have the Board of Education, the resolution forward, and the project you're asking about is about the 638. There was an attempt during the previous administration, under the leadership also and involvement with Mr. Derek Franklin, an application or proposal that was submitted for 638 process. My understanding is that it was reviewed by DOJ and it was returned back to Doty with some questions. That's where it is at this moment. It's idle mode. However, as a result of this new information in terms of the department moving along with 638, we have established a 638 task force. As of we had already several meetings in regards to 638 with this particular task force, with members of our department, to look at where this application is now. We're looking also cross-referencing all the requirements of 638 that should take place or should be embedded in this document. And we're cross-referencing at this moment to make sure that we have all the components in place, as well as looking at the questions that DOJ has, which we have not responded to yet. So that's where we're at on the 638 task force that was established under our department to start moving the process and look into where are we on the process of moving into. At this moment, it is myself and Dr. Begay. We facilitate the meetings, and we have invited our program managers as well as Derek Franklin. Our most recent meeting we had, we included our Board of Education members who were invited also in the conversation, and we also had a invitation for our BID. We reference them in case we have any questions. In that.
Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
When I was in Wheatfield, my name's Dr. Guy. Talking about how President down the line identified all the positions that quantified the dollar amount. I mean, that's now like 30 years ago plus, and we're still talking. So,
yeah.
Happy to hear that we have a permanent Doty director or budget is introduced, it's probably gonna be $170 million. And the only way for the tribe to provide serious investment in education is to funding from the federal government. Actually have control with enforcement mechanisms for implementing. Get on my soapbox for a second. Throughout this entire presidential campaign season, everybody talked about some vague allusion to the nation investing more in education, standing up immersion programs and doing after-school programs, and doing whatever it is. The nation has very, very little actual tangible control over education on Navajo.
Yes.
It's written in law, but there's no way to actually enforce or, I say enforce because we can have all the idealistic guidelines, standards for curriculum, assessment, all those things. We need to enforce cooperation, we need to think strategically as an entire education system, and not compete with one another as we currently do among both the BIE funded schools, contract and grant schools. We have the state schools, which will be another conversation. We really need to get this across the finish line. There's always going to be resistance to change, but if we keep things as status quo, then we're going to keep seeing. Our kids are now less prepared for college relative than they were in the 90s. If you talk to any, I've talked to our people like Dr. Guy, Dr. Russell, students who are coming in nowadays are less prepared. They had to take a lot of remedial education. Because, you know, the same education in college is much higher now. So, you know, I really want to challenge you guys to get that done. I think we could do as a legislative concern. I just think Doty has such little funding. After budget, cut after budget. Not even held or anything like that, but I hope whoever is president come January, whatever, politics of it are such that nobody wants to move. The state education agency. Somebody has to grab the bull by the horns. That's my little challenge.
In addition, within the time of the 23rd Council, that time, Superintendent of Schools gave a contract to some individuals, and they presented a document. When we first convened at, I believe, where was our first meeting? We met Route 66 Casino. And this particular aspect was what the committee was wanting to go forward with. That document is existing. I have a copy of it. We need this task force to take that document off the shelf. That particular document already charts a roadmap on how to do it and look at it. That way you don't have to recreate. And if necessary, this committee will convene a meeting with those contractors again and have Doty sit there and they can present their recommendations again.
and again, it goes back to competing forces. Within Doty, there's a competing force. ESAP or the 638 contract. All with the intended purpose of establishing a state education agency. And so, committee members, do we have to convene that type of meeting again? But again, right now, this condition of appropriation, Doty has not met it. Condition of appropriation, it said you're going to present a document that would facilitate a 638 contract to assume BIE administrative function. And Doty has not presented that. Just the fact that you appointed a task force doesn't meet that condition of appropriation. And at the original last week, 2 weeks ago, Ms. Benali emailed you that budget document, and I think it was Chad Begay that highlighted a portion when a condition of appropriation is not met, then the council can do this as a penalty. And I think that message isn't being carried forward. So I guess from the committee, it's like, where is that 638 proposal? Dr. Moffett.
You're absolutely right. We do not have a completed 638. I believe my understanding is the transitions and the leadership has left a gap where this whole topic just went idle. It's stalled. With new leadership coming in, Dr. Begay in January, myself in April, we've been trying to find pieces and putting it together. We called before, talking with previous individuals who know more about the process, and that's when we have learned that an application had already been submitted, had been returned. We had several conversations already with Mr. Derek Franklin, and also we had in our last meeting, we invited Dr. Wendy Grayeyes, who at the time also took a key role in 638 and updated us in terms of what Mr. Chairman I just mentioned. Let's not start from scratch. We already have something, a document. We need to bring it back to life, and cross-reference on the requirements with this application to have, and then make sure that everything is in place, as well as answer the questions from DOJ that they have regarding the document. And so now that we have all of these pieces together in a much better understanding in terms of where we're at on this 638 process and the application that was completed, I think that's where now it's finally making its way back into life again, out from Iowa. And that's where we're at right now. So yes, I will agree with you that definitely right now, we have not met that condition of appropriations at this moment, but we are cognizant of it. We know that this is very important for the department, and so, we are moving along in terms of now developing actionable steps to bring it back to.
Thank you. Okay, legislative council, that particular aspect of not meeting a condition of appropriation. Can't remember, was it Exhibit H on last year's budget? We could share it with those. Just that particular aspect of not meeting a COA.
I don't have the book with me.
Yes, but
Do you have, book, Title 12? Or you have,
you mean the approval?
does it have, Title 12 in there, maybe it'll be right in here.
and this, Dr. Moffett, in that aspect, the committee can't intervene because it was a council condition of appropriation. They took our recommendation, NABI took it, BNF took it, and it went to the council. So it's serious. And again, all right, I guess the reason I'm bringing up this contract, had already submitted as a requirement. They got paid Navajo Nation funds to bring this document. And what I'm hearing is former superintendent put it on the shelf or never brought it back to the Board of Education. And like I said, in our first year, we held a work session where we said we want to go forward with it. But Cody hasn't moved. So that's where we're at. Honorable Slater, did you want to add more language?
No, I'm trying to work on. I made my point.
We have the, Title 12 language.
Okay,
Would you like me to?
yes, read it as, to put it as part of the record.
Okay. In the condition of appropriation is not met, Title 12, Section 820, 820R, Paragraph R, Section 3, states what will happen. 820, Paragraph R, Section 3. I will read. A condition may require a freeze on the expenditure of travel funds of the program or a withholding of up to 10% the gross salary of the program director of the program tasked with fulfilling the condition, if the condition is not performed within a specified time period in the fiscal year. The restriction on expenditures will continue until the condition is fulfilled. As found by the Budget and Finance Committee pursuant to Section 5, a program administrator's salary cannot be withheld if his or her salary is already being withheld for the failure of the program to fill another condition of appropriation or for failure to implement a corrective action plan issued by the Auditor General pursuant to 12 NNC Section 9C. Withholding of salary shall not apply to a program director hired after the Budget and Finance Committee has imposed salary withholding on the prior program director's salary unless consultation with the new program director, the Office of the Controller, and the Office of Management and Budget, and upon recommendation of the appropriate council committee with oversight over the program, the Budget and Finance Committee by resolution votes to impose such withholding. The director may grieve that action by filing a complaint with the Office of Hearings and Appeals within 10 working days of the Budget and Finance Committee's action. The decision of the Office of the Hearings and Appeals will be final and there shall be no right of appeal to any court. That is paragraph 3. There is another paragraph that also addresses a condition of appropriation that is not fulfilled. Paragraph 5 in the same section. If a condition of appropriation is not fulfilled within the time period required, the Budget and Finance Committee, after consultation with the program director, the Office of the Controller, and the Office of Management and Budget, and upon recommendation of the appropriate council committee with oversight over the program, may, by resolution, vote to, 1, implement the restriction on the program's expenditures authorized by Section 3, which I have read earlier, or 2, extend the time period for the program to fulfill the condition, or 3, vacate the condition if it is infeasible for the program to fulfill. If the Budget and Finance Committee requires the withholding of the program director's salary, the withholding shall be effective only after the committee's action and cannot be applied retroactively to withhold salary already earned by the program director. And another paragraph, number 6. If pursuant to Section 3, that gave what happens if a condition of appropriation is not fulfilled, the Budget and Finance Committee approves the withholding of the program director's salary. The director may grieve that action by complaint, by filing a complaint with Office of Hearings and Appeals within 10 days of the Budget and Finance Committee's action. The decision of the Hearings and Appeals will be final, and there shall be no right of appeal to any court. There is yet one more long paragraph. If after imposition of a restriction authorized by subsection 3, the program believes it has fulfilled the condition of appropriation, it shall present evidence of fulfillment of the condition to the Budget and Finance Committee through presentation of a report. If after consultation with the Office of Controller and the Office of Management and Budget, the evidence provided shows fulfillment of the condition. The Budget and Finance Committee shall, by resolution, vote to declare the condition fulfilled and lift the restriction. Any accrued amount of salary withheld from the program director will then be returned to the director. If the Budget and Finance Committee decides the condition is not fulfilled, it shall make such finding and by resolution vote to continue or lift the restriction. If the Budget and Finance Committee votes to continue any withholding of a program director's salary, then the director may grieve that action by filing a complaint with the Office of Hearings and Appeals within 10 working days of the Budget and Finance Committee's action. The decision of the Office of Hearings and Appeals will be final, and there shall be no right of appeal to any court. Number 8, if at the end of the fiscal year, the condition has not been met, any salary withheld from the program director shall be forfeited. There shall be no challenge to any forfeiture. And that is, it could probably get a copy for you. Yes, please.
Okay.
I'll go get that to you. Thank you very much.
It's in that budget resolution that Ms. Benali sent to you. I can't remember the number of that budget resolution, that was signed into law by President Mills.
You want the name of the resolution? Yes, right here.
COS, I think it was. No, CS. Do you remember the number 4621 or? And Miss, at the time, we addressed it in the original hearing. So that document was sent to you, and this part that Ms. Khan read is in Exhibit H, I think. So it's all written already. So that's the part that so what this committee will basically forward to BNF, that particular condition was not met. That implements those aspects that Legislative Council Khan read. Ms. Angela Benali? Forty-nine 4921, not 46. I had it flipped around. Thank you, Mr. Schwerle. So that's the part. It was a pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to, now we have to put the hammer down.
Yeah. It's a throttle.
Okay, hey, what's that? Where was it? That's going forward, no matter what. So in that case, you can't say, I just got hired 3 months ago. Please don't penalize me. that's the way the law reads. That's in Title 12, was it?
Title 12, Section 820, paragraph R, deals with that section.
That's how serious this committee.
Report progress. You are muted. Yourself.
This part. Taking another big step in the Sovereignty and Education Act. And as Slater relayed, the education policies of 1986. Chairman signed that. When he was president, there was a request to the federal government to pursue a self-governance grant to further do the same intended purpose. And the roadmap was put there and never implemented. And then several, I think 3 more times, federal funds came to accomplish the same thing. And that's the reason why. And then, of course, more recent, like I says, that contractor brought a document to fulfill the requirements of that contract. It's there. So, with that, committee members, we have amendment to the budget legislation in unmet needs and carryovers. And then the implementation of the COA. Okay, the committee members, the other questions? Ms. Khan.
In interest of the exhibit for the legislation, I had a question about whether Exhibit A or Exhibit B, or if you found any corrections that need to be made in Exhibit A or Exhibit B. And that would have been the very first documents that were submitted with the legislation. If so, then if you could provide them for tomorrow.
You're referring to the budget summary, Exhibit A?
Yes,
Okay.
Exhibit A.
I see that.
If there's any changes.
And the general fund comparative summary, which is
Yes.
Exhibit B.
Often, sometimes the divisions will find a particular budget unit is identified or particular dollar amounts are not correct, and they ask that Exhibit A or Exhibit B be essentially a typographical error. If you do have that, then that can be exchanged at the meeting. And I don't see any, I haven't heard anything.
Right, and I don't expect any, but however, we'll review it one more time just to make sure.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. We appreciate your experiential advice. Closing statement.
Absolutely, Mr. members of the committee, I just want to make sure for clarification, because we will need to revise the priority list, is that correct? Okay. For clarification on the most recent, revision that we provided to you, in regards to administration, the HVAC, that's out of the way because it's gonna be a condition of appropriation for us to work with the Department of General. And, for the Zodi Library, which was our second priority for that one, you said that we want to use carryover funds. Is that correct? Okay, great. Scholarship, it was proposed at 10 million, we're gonna increase it to 20. The information technology at 1.2 million, we're using carryover again to address those needs. For the administration, for 10 million, that is the Department of Youth, that is will be included along with the 20 million for scholarship.
Yes.
For the Department of Diné School Improvement, that's carryover again, correct?
Yes.
And then the 250,000 for the textbook, that is also, carryover.
Yes. And again, we'll pursue state funds.
And, that was a conversation you had with Ms. Graham about her drafting a letter so that we can propose it to, legislature in New Mexico. How we can put special because it's about language and culture. Standards. That. And then on the, summarizing the two, conditions of appropriation, we're moving along with the plan of operation with the Navajo Nation Board of Education, that's going along well, but the second one is not met. And so,
Okay, let's separate them. The plan of operation is part of OMB's analysis. Basically says the plan of operation is outdated. Cody needs a revised plan of operation. That's not condition of appropriation was to pursue the 638.
638, correct. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yes. Okay, committee members, if there's no other discussion, I'm gonna do a roll call vote. Honorable Winika. Green, Honorable Paul Begay. Green, Honorable Cornell Paloma. Green, Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Green, Delegate Slater.
Hey, all right, great. Let the record show a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting, and 1 member not having activity. With Ayla, Dr. Moffett, Ms. Angelita Benali? Originally, it was Honorable Carl Slater, and then the second was Honorable Paul Begay. So we'll see you again tomorrow.
Absolutely. I'll be right here. And I'll bring my lunch this time because by right now, I am hungry.
Maybe we should keep you a little longer then.
Oh, you invite me for dinner?
I'll bring you one sandwich on the evening.
I'll eat anything, believe me.
Okay, committee members, let me just, we'll go till 5 o'clock. And what is not finished, we'll amend tomorrow's agenda to address what is not finished from today. And then, once we finish, if we're not finished with social services or health, then it'll be added to tomorrow's agenda, and we'll address their unmet needs and carryovers before we go to the legislation by the committee members. Just to give you heads up on how we'll proceed. So you might not have to be right here at 9 a.m. You could, I guess, periodically, well, you'll be listening on, call in.
I can join, via Zoom.
And then when that legislation comes, you can make your grand entrance.
You want me to come in person tomorrow, right? When it's my turn, but that's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I survived the Chesapeake committee.
Thank you for coming in, appreciate it, nice to meet you again.
Yeah, well, this is a good answer.
And again, thank you for taking on this big, humongous challenge. Education is so huge. And if we ever found out from the state how much is spent here, along with BIE, we'd probably be in the billions. So that's the part that I think
Thank you for the opportunity, this wonderful experience. I took it because I wanted this to be a challenge, but also a learning experience for me, so it's very rewarding. I think with this experience, it just increases my confidence and my competence to continue serving our people.
so Aviva, potato. So we go to Veterans Administration. We have Mr. Jim Shoreline in person. Dr. Monson.
Mr. Chair, I'm gonna go to my Xerox machine and
Are we back on air? Mr. Shoreline, again, do you have any requests for unmet needs and any requests for carryover funds? Then from there, the committee would address legislative concerns. You have the floor.
Thank you, sir. So I'd like to start with the carryover for fiscal year '23 from fiscal year '22. The Veterans Administration at this time is not requesting any carryover of general funds from fiscal year '22 into '23. The administration is not requesting carryover of the housing program funds, because by statute, they automatically carry over. And also, by statute, the Veterans Trust Fund also automatically carries over. So we have no carryover requests at this time.
Okay, so that means, 110, those chapters that have carryovers or budgets that weren't zeroed out during the year or from previous years, those will carry over as 110 business units. Please clarify.
So right now, sir, the current fiscal year, we only have 5 business units.
Okay.
The chapters do not have their own business units.
Yes, but prior to 22, like from 2017, 2018, 2019.
Yes, sir, I understand.
Those
balances, they were consolidated under the carryovers that were loaded into fiscal year '22 from fiscal year '21. So there are no remaining balances in those business units.
Those, what used to be the 110.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Committee members, do you have any questions?
No, he's got it written right here, everything that he said.
Yes. Okay. With Ayla, the only question, that part where you needed 2,700,000 and some odd thousand, how are we going to address it going forward?
I have that in my notes under the next section for unmet needs.
Okay, go ahead to unmet needs then.
Okay. For general funds, the program is not requesting any unmet needs. Housing program, we are also not requesting unmet needs. For the Veterans Trust Fund, technically, we are not requesting unmet needs. By statute, the amount has been calculated. Because we know that amount is woefully insufficient, there is a provision in the statute that allows council to appropriate additional funding. Title 12, Chapter 8, subsection 1171 through 1178. Navajo Nation Council shall appropriate a sum equal to at least 4% of the projected revenues. What my suggestion to this committee and then to council would be, in the budget legislation, insert a paragraph, something to the effect of the Navajo Nation Council hereby allocates or appropriates $2,784,727 in addition to the mandatory set-aside of 4% for veterans. Relevant sections of Title 12, Chapter 8, Sections 1171 through 1178, to ensure these funds go directly towards veterans programs, and any unexpended funds shall be treated as veterans trust funds and are approved for carryover. So I missed a word in my notes here. Relevant sections are waived for 1171. What that would do is allow that $2.784 million not be considered a principal appropriation. State through the waiver here, through this paragraph, that it goes directly to the veterans program. So the math that I noticed is still on the board, none of that would apply, that it would go directly to the bottom sum. Council has in its authority to appropriate an additional sum.
And you want that to come from the OPVP's carryover funds, did you say?
No, sir, I did not. It's not my place to say where that comes from, that's the legislative body.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Spurline. That proposed language, please share it with legislative staff, and that would be an amendment to, the legislation. What, Ayla, committee members? There's no questions, then the chair is open for a motion. Motion
Chair.
by Honorable Slater, before I recognize the, motion, you have the floor for a question, comment?
Just a comment, Chair, and that is, I touched base with Speaker earlier, and I understand that the plan for this sort of shortfall situation is to take $1 million from the OPVP carryover and then do about a $2 million UUFB request that would be folded into the comprehensive budget. So I think that's the plan of action that has been decided upon by the powers that be, but it seems to be a combination of the things that we were discussing at prior meetings. So we either led the pack or manifested it. And I think we'll have, adequate funding for our veterans within this budget that's in line with what was there last year. So thank you.
Thank you. So great minds think alike. Part of it's going to come from OPVP's budget, carryover budget. Mr. Swirling?
Question, sir. So, if I heard Delegate Slater correctly, is the goal to match what we thought this year was going to be, or match what last year was?
What your request is, 2.727.
I just wanted to clarify, because I heard them say last year's budget and this year's budget is bigger.
It's for this year. And the original,
What we thought we were gonna have.
yeah, what you have presented in the prior meeting. Okay. Okay, so the chair is open for a motion. Motion by Honorable Wanika, second by Honorable Begay. We're just slow today.
I motion first, and then you point at him.
So, committee members, let's go to a roll call vote on the motion with the amending language that would be included for the carryover. Meet the projected shortfall of 2.727 million. Yes, Honorable Halona, for the record. Green. Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Wanika votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Green.
Okay. Honorable Charlene So. See on the screen? Oh, there's a text message.
Green.
She votes green by text. Thank you, Shabeja, Charlene So, thank you, we appreciate it. The system probably keeps putting you on mute. That's what it's been doing to everybody. So, let the record show a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed to recommend, unmet needs and possible usage of carryover funds to meet the 2.7,027,000 some odd dollars. Okay. Let's go to social services. We have Ms. Deanna Nesbitt-Gishi on the call.
Yes,
done?
thank you.
Just a moment, Mr. Swerline.
Because we skipped conditions of appropriation.
Yeah.
And then VA had the condition of appropriation, I just didn't know what to talk about since it was.
You want to impose a condition of appropriation on yourself, did you say?
No, sir.
But,
I mean, I can't.
but for us, from this committee, I don't think we have a condition of appropriation. Thank you.
Sure.
Getting that email right now.
Okay.
Mr. Ryan.
Let the record show, Mr. Hubert Smith, was it?
Yes, sir.
Is present here with Mr. Swerling. We will go again, committee members, let's see. We're at 411. Ms. Diana Nesbitt Gishi. We had.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Diana Nesbitt Gishi, we had asked that the division directors appear before the committee in person. And the committee had also imposed on themselves to appear in person. Are you available to be in person tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.?
Chairman, so members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. I did receive the notice from Angelita Benali of the in-person. I am currently at Phoenix Hospital. My sister had surgery and I'm in her recovery room right now. So I opted to do virtual and I have to be with her tomorrow as well, Mr. Chair.
Is the assistant available for tomorrow?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Marlinda Litterman is in the office right now with Ms. Brenda Sosi, the principal accountant. They can go over right now, or they can go at 9 a.m. Mr. Chair, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Deanna Nesbitt-Gishi. We're sorry for the health issues your sister's facing. We certainly wish a speedy recovery. And the committee will address the social services, unmet need requests, carryover requests, and we will address some legislative concerns. I think we already have a preliminary list already from last week's presentation. We'll review those in the morning at 9 a.m. Thank you. Honorable Halona, you have the teleconference floor.
Adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Second by Honorable Paul Begay. Committee members, thank you for sitting through this. It's wonderful to feel the committee's energy as we address issues facing us. So thank you. With that, a motion to adjourn is not discussed, not debated. We do a roll call. Honorable Halona.
Green.
Honorable Begay.
Green.
Honorable Bonica. Honorable Slater.
Red. No, I'm just kidding. Green.
Okay, you can sit in here by yourself.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
gonna come
and
back
then,
after I work on my tan.
okay, Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So, Texas, your vote. Let the record show a vote of, she texts green? Okay, so let the record show a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting to adjourn. We are adjourned at 4:15 PM.